something gonna make you move. Here we come, on the run. Don't know what we're running from. Day or night, black or white, that's the same. You gotta do your thing. You gotta do your thing. Peace will come. This world will rest. Once we have togetherness. Do it right. Dynamite. We had fun. But it's just begun. It's just begun. It's just begun.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the mods. That was the Jimmy Castor bunch with, of course, It's Just Begun. And prior to that, we had Babe Ruth with the Mexican. And yes, this is for those who truly understand and know where hip hop came from. Now, we are going to get into it today. Of course, joined by none other than the Brother Theo of the UNPLUGEM channel. Welcome, Brother Theo. How are you doing today, my brother? Peace to you, man. Oh, I got you muted. That's my bad, man. All right, you good now.
hey, those are two of my favorite breaks. The first one there, I didn't realize that parts of the solo that they were playing, or parts of the transition, is what Africa Bambaataa and the Soul Sonic Force was trying to replay during Planet Rock.
Absolutely.
But that last break, that's one of my favorite breaks, man, from Jungle Brothers on the Run and No Competition by Eric B. and Rakim. That was, man, that was a cold break.
Yes,
but
sir.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here, man, and I'm looking forward to having this talk, although it's a bit bittersweet, because we're going to be talking about an old friend of mine. You know, he and I grew up together. According to last year's funerary ceremonies celebrating his, or marking his 50th year, people said that He was born the same year I was born, 1973. So we have a very intimate relationship, me and this thing. And he's made a lot of friends, but it's going to be a sad thing to eulogize him in the way that I think that we have to this evening. A timely thing, and maybe it's about time to actually call it dead, being that it's turned into the zombie that it is today. But I'm glad to be here, brother, and as always, I look forward to us having a rousing discussion.
Absolutely, man. It is a bit bittersweet. It really is. But as you stated here, it has to be done. And I know, I've heard it. Some of the hip hop purists would say, what do you mean it's dead? It's still thriving. It still exists in the corners of certain communities and the backpack culture. And, I do get that view. But I think it's been so far removed from what it once was that it's hard to really make those claims, especially with some of the directions technology is going. But I will say I do understand where that view is coming from, and maybe I do agree with it a little bit, but I truly think if we're going to be honest, yes, it's over, and it's been over for quite some time, at least as far as anyone can really see. Whatever elements of it still exist, you got to dig pretty darn deep to find it. So, go ahead.
Kind of like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, it's been replaced by a doppelganger is living in its place, and a lot of people think that this is my old friend, but this is an imposter.
Yes.
But man, we had a great talk about this that led to us coming up with the conclusions that we're going to draw and present to folks this evening, man. I just look forward to getting into it.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it felt like maybe at least a 4-hour convo we had on some of these ideas, and it just turned into an entire show basically. And so now we got enough ideas to really flesh this thing out, and it looks like it might turn into a series. I put part 1 on this just because there's so many angles we need to touch. So yeah, man, let's really get started. I mean, we've come up with this idea that if hip hop is actually dead, and it appears as if this is the case. I do understand there's still b-boys out there. I'm definitely directly connected to the b-boy culture. It's still thriving actually, but I'm going to make an argument a little later that would suggest b-boying, quote unquote, breaking has completely detached itself from hip hop, so-called, and there's many reasons for that, and we'll probably touch on that if we have some time. But if we're going to talk about the 4 elements, etc., these things have completely just detached from each other, and what's come of it all is this centralized version of quote unquote rap under the powers of the one, the individual or MC. And so we're going to look at how this developed, and we are going to actually make the claim that if it is dead, it needed to die, and we want to know why that is, who killed it, when, how, etc. So we're going to go through all of this, man. At least we're going to try to nail this down here. And sure, there's going to be disagreements. There's going to be people that think, we don't know what we're talking about, and that's, that comes with the territory. That's how it is, especially when you're talking about things that people have shaped their identities through and built their careers and lives by. So I totally understand that, and myself and UNPLUGEM included are children of this culture and spend a lot of our lives involved with living it out in the real world, so we understand that. So I just want to be sensitive because this is a cultural thing. It truly is, even though some today would call it a genre, and I understand why that is. I think what we might be doing here is differentiating between the culture of hip-hop and the genre of hip-hop. And let's just get into it, man. So I'm gonna give it over to you to get us going here. because you've been in this longer than I have, in that you're an elder. So I'd love to hear how you want to spark this thing off, and we'll just build off each other.
Okay, well, as I stated before, I do have an intimate relationship, or I've had an intimate relationship with my former friend, hip hop. And I say that having shown and proved, I think over the years that my relationship was a tight one. I've had people on my show, such as Jerry Flynn, who was my mentor and in production and engineering in the studio. He allowed for me to get on that expensive equipment when I was a teenager. And I began to work in his studio by the time I was 20 and 21. I recorded people like the Street Lords, who put out one of Detroit's legendary hip hop albums, Real Rollies Don't TikTok. And I worked with Bizarre from D12 and recorded a lot of people over the years. I had DJ Los on my show, who's part of the iconic Detroit hip hop legendary group, Easy B and DJ Los. They made the classic album, The Untouchables, an iconic cover, again, for Detroit hip hop. Jay Dilla shook my hand outside the hip hop shop and told me my demo was dope. So this is something that I wasn't doing passively. And it was my rite of passage to go through this thing. It was a thing for boys and young men to express themselves primarily. And because healthy boys and young men like girls were involved, of course, always from the very beginning, or always had a presence, but it was primarily an expression for the black male who had been muted for some time. The disco era and the me 80s shifted greatly from the communal ideas that were popular during the 70s, the idea of community, the idea of these big groups coming together, these big bands like your Parliament Funkadelic, 7, 10, 15 guys, Earth, Wind, and Fire, a stage full of musicians, even Kool and the Gang in their earlier stage. Some people might know Kool and the Gang from Fresh, She's So Fresh, and Celebration, where you see JT leading, but real diggers in the crates remember that Kool and the Gang was a big jazz funk band, and they came up with a lot of the songs that would become break beats that would shape this musical form. So a lot of interesting things have happened to my friend in the past couple of years. For instance, I believe that the hip hop 50th celebrations were more of a funerary procession than a celebration of life. It seemed to be more of a celebration of death to me, because as I watched those different ones, I watched a few of them. As I watched a few of them, I couldn't help but, beyond nostalgia, I couldn't help but feel like, we're celebrating something that was better at one particular time in particular ways, or at least in the ways that mattered, in the messaging, in the spirit of it. It was better at one particular time. And now we're so far from that to see it celebrated as if, see what we've done in 50 years. It was like watching a body die, like watching a body that was once healthy die. And I think that it's interesting that some of the things that have happened in the past few weeks have also happened to my friends, such as the big battle, probably the biggest battle ever in hip hop, that a lot of people are seeing as a battle between the purist and the commercial side. Some people are seeing it as that. But the representative of the purist side would be a Kendrick Lamar, and he recently dropped, along with being announced as being the Super Bowl headliner this year, the halftime show headliner, he recently dropped a song called Watch the Party Die. And it's interesting because Days and I was already writing this say a week before that song came out,
Mm-hmm.
and come up with these ideas. And then, of course, Diddy goes to jail a few days ago after all of the hypothesizing. Was he going to actually go? What did they really have on him? And, you know, it's some things we can say about that. But he also represented a party. You know, everybody want to party with Diddy. You know, Diddy want to party with you, but you got to tell him no. Okay. So Diddy represented this party aspect that hip hop had been morphed into. And party was always a part of it, even starting with Kool Herc's party that supposedly happened on August 11th, 1973, which they call the birth. But the party, as it was explained in Kendrick's lyrics, and he's compromised too. It's a big game at this point. But the party that was described is this very idea, you know, that this thing, this cultural force, this art form, if you want to call it that, or what was once an art form, has now become a weapon. It's been weaponized, you know, much like in a zombie movie or in a film like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. The old being was replaced. My old friend was replaced a long time ago. And when Days and I was talking about this, we really had to flesh out, when was it replaced? Who killed it? How was it killed? And this is going to be a bit like a game of Clue. Some of y'all may be old enough to remember that old game where, or like your forensic files or your murder mystery shows where you're wondering, there's all these potential suspects. A lot of them have motive, and a lot of them have done things that would make the investigative mind a little suspicious of them. And there's folks who we can call suspects who are both inside the art as artists and outside the art as the corporate entities that give the artists a platform and promote the artists, market the artists. So, and Puff Daddy represented a time, you know, I was telling Days earlier, I remember being so depressed when the Bad Boy era began. I didn't like the Death Row era because the Death Row era was pushing people into a particular box. And I felt less creative freedom during that time as a person who wanted to make it, and quote unquote, and who wanted to make songs for the radio. The parameters were narrowing for what was accepted or how you could do that. And gangster rap and G-Funk narrowed the road in one respect, but then when Puff Daddy and the Shiny Suit era came in, at least with the Death Row era, you could slip some things by under the guise of, I'm keeping it real, or I'm keeping it authentic to the streets, or to the hood. And I could work with that. But when the Diddy sound and Mace, I didn't like Mace. It's a lot of people here, oh, Mace is a great rapper. A lot of us are looking at this thing through the lens, through traumatized eyes that have been traumatized by a period of such whackness that now we wax poetically about how great some things were, when back then, the purists, the people that was doing the music, the engineers, the producers, the DJs, wasn't messing with a lot of stuff. I remember a Bad Boy label on the turntable was a no-no with all my purist friends, DJ Dez, DJ Lowe's, Daddy Riff, all these guys. They wasn't messing with Puffy until Biggie. Biggie is what kind of brought Puffy more center, whereas he was really far left or far right, whichever one you want to call it. I guess it would be far right in his ultra commercialization of the art form, in his sampling uncreatively, which again, these were cardinal rules that he was breaking in order to achieve commercial success. A lot of us, Dilla and Slum Village and all the rest of them, they could have sampled Diana Ross, I'm coming up, or Sting, or David Bowie. But again, these were not the most hip hop tasting samples that you could pick at the time. The taste of those particular songs, or the flavor of those particular songs, did not lend to credible hip hop. Okay, at that time, there was a grittiness that was part and parcel of the sound. There was an underground aspect that demanded that you as a producer was supposed to chop the sample up, rearrange it, create a new sonic a bed, make something new out of what was old. To simply loop it, that was played out. And again, these were rules that I've never seen written anywhere, but there were rules that were understood from coast to coast. I'm in Detroit. I'm in the middle of the country. So we had the rules. There were obviously people on the West Coast who had the rules. Dr. Dre, Ice Cube, they had the rules. They followed the rules. Of course, all the way past New York, going to Connecticut on the East Coast, you could find the Skinny Boys. They knew the rules. So there was this unwritten understanding, like you find in jazz and in other genres, of this is how this music is done. And that understanding grew and blossomed and became what most experts call the golden era. And the golden era is arguably 87, 88, all the way to 91. Most people have cut it off at 91. People that say 90 and 91. But 91, there's an ending to it. Interesting, if you were born in 73, 91 is when you graduate. So it was odd to me, and I noticed this upon graduation. I graduated high school with African beads on in my graduation picture. That was apropos. It was trending. It was the in thing to have this consciousness as a part of your hip hop package. You know, that was part of the package. That was part of the way that you did it. That was part of these unwritten rules. And then something happened from 91 to 93. By 93, that was gone and dead, and something new was alive. But that life started, or rather that death, if you will, began to come upon hip hop, I believe, when it got a chronic cough and it started to get sick around the time. And again, I say Dr. Dre and Ice Cube knew the rules. It was obvious. Dr. Dre was the producer. He produced by the rules. He did not just loop something simply. He did things in a creative way, even if it was a straight up loop. He put the creativity into it. Again, if we're to say that Dr. Dre was making those beats, and I believe he was, cutting and scratching and making the beats, like you've heard people who were there from the very beginning say he was doing. But something happened to where an understanding came to him that yes, there's the rules to this game, but the spirit, I think, I know the spirit in that music became very different. No longer were the themes that we saw during the golden era the present themes and ideologies any longer. Pardon me. The ideology, the spirit of the music began to change. You know, gangster rap existed during the golden era. Schoolie D, Spoonie G, these were the original gangster rappers from the East Coast. But something happened, I believe, when the music was transferred, I believe, from the Blue Lodge's care to the Red Lodge's care. But when the music was transferred to the West Coast, LA and Hollywood, and that influence began to take it over, and we started to see the change that we're seeing today. Common Sense wrote a song about it. I used to love her. It's a controversial take, I know, today. But at that time, the purists who were listening had a great grasp of what was happening. We were complaining about it. But again, the industry had moved the fans' expectation to a different place. The fan was now expecting something different because of the industry influencing the fan to expect something different. Now, playing by those rules or following those particular rules, all of these things were now beginning to unravel. And after Death Row has their era, then you enter in the shiny suit era of Puff Daddy. It's as if gangster rap got so gangster, it killed the thing. And whenever, they say whenever you push human beings to accepting one extreme, they will automatically seek out the other. And I think that in a way, the shiny suit era was the equal opposite. It was equal in that it was just as meaningless and the messages were just as detrimental. Materialism, commercialism, capitalism. It doesn't matter if I write rhymes, I write checks. That was Puff Daddy's famous line. Okay, Puff Daddy was whack. We all knew he was whack. The people that made Puff Daddy a star was the fans, your mama, your sister, the passive listeners, the people at the grocery store, the folks that made the music. We were primarily people that made the music were the fans, kind of like with jazz. And so there was a way we policed the music. But once the music was given over to corporate interests, all of these changes began to happen. So now I know that was a whole spill, and I hope that you can help us make heads and tails of that.
Oh wow, yeah, that was excellent, man. Really appreciate that. You really set the tone here. So that was kind of go ahead.
And can I just but before you go, and let me just say to my example that we're seeing things through a traumatic lens. I was talking to my homeboy Shaheed Shabazz, and we have had these talks over the years. I produced for him. He was heavy in the hip hop scene in Detroit, and now he's a devout Muslim. He's a professor, and we was talking about hip hop, and we was talking about the Wu-Tang Clan, which I saw somebody say in the comments. Wu-Tang kept it hard. Wu-Tang Clan was, in my opinion, again, because I remember the time. At the time, a lot of us purists was like, meh. I was like, meh.
Yeah, because it was a clear step outside of the purist kind of lane. It was very avant-garde.
Well, no.
Especially considering the style, the grittiness, and the like hyper. I don't know how to really define the style of rap, but it was very eccentric, we'll say. Go ahead.
Well, the point that I'm getting at is that the Wu-Tang Clan was a shell of what the golden era was. It reminded us of a better time. They had elements of this golden era, elements of this time when the production was at its highest height, the lyricism was at its highest height, and then the messaging was at its highest height. That's the golden era, when all those things was at its highest height. Now Wu-Tang Clan came after all of that. Wu-Tang Clan is in the shiny suit puffy era. But so they were a reminder of a time that had passed. And so because they had remnants of that, because they had some parts of their imagery and all of that was infused with that golden era, old school hip hop. This is how it's done, purist traditional way, but they were not that by any means at all. The singing about cash rules everything around me. From the very beginning, I saw the stark difference because I was there for the golden era, and I said, nah, this ain't it either. So I wasn't rocking with the Wu-Tang Clan. But again, for folks for whom the golden era was kind of a something that maybe they passively lived through, or maybe they were too young to really be immersed in it, for them, Wu-Tang Clan represent, oh, this is real hip hop. But it wasn't. It was a watered down, commercialized version of the golden era, which happened to peek its head up out of the water during the time of Puffy's shiny suit era. So for that, I would say that no, Wu-Tang Clan was not really that. They were that in the midst of all that garbage music, of all of that shiny suit stuff. You know, the imagery of ODB was a stark contrast to the shiny suit stuff. But then ODB kind of walked that line too in his hit singles. So
you really hurting my feelings right now. I just want you to know that.
I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but you know, but again, I remember this distinctly, and to check my memory, I was talking to Shabazz, and Shabazz like, well, yeah, you know what? That is true. That's how Wu-Tang got in, because everything else was so garbage. And so Wu-Tang gets in. Slum Village gets, well, Slum Village may have started off a little bit before that, but like the Dilla sound, these were things that reminded us of a time, and Dilla actually had it, in my opinion, and Wu-Tang kind of had it. Wu-Tang kind of had it. But they really, again, they really got their rep off of, this is kind of like the good stuff.
I feel
and that's really what it was.
I feel what you're saying, especially this kind of misrepresentation of what they were. Now, I gotta disagree a little bit, because they were a bit earlier, and I'm younger, so I respect your view. You were older at the time. You were way more entrenched in the culture and the music, and you had a completely different kind of view. So I do understand that, because at the time I was like 13, 14, and I first heard Wu in 93. So for me, though I was heavy into hip hop at like 4 or 5 years old. I mean, my godfather was a DJ, so I was listening to sets when I was like 4, 5, 6, 7. I was listening to hour-long sets of my uncles and my godfather spin. So I was always into that classic golden era music. So though I probably, and I surely didn't understand it as much as you did, I was still in that world sonically. And though I didn't understand the lyrics, I was very in tune with the sounds, the vibes, right? But what I would say is, for me, Wu-Tang was, and it's kind of what you're saying. That's why I'm like, man, this has hurt my feelings, because I felt like Wu-Tang was kind of a throwback sound. Now, what I think is a little different is, I don't know if it's fair to compare them in that way, because in my view, I thought they were pretty avant-garde. I thought they were like really about rule breaking. And especially with RZA's particular style, as well as their content, what was in their rhymes. And it really reminded me of this whole like almost space age intellectualism of the East that was coming out around that time. When you think of what's his name? Gosh, man, what's that guy's name? I wasn't a big fan of him, but he was like one of these. It's kind of what RZA bit Bobby Digital off of. I think Bobby ripped off, I can't remember his name, but the whole Bobby Digital thing, I think he kind of pulled from the
Electronics.
No. He used to wear that like plastic or rubber like conch. Like he used to wear this like.
Are you talking about Kool Keith?
Kool Keith, there we go. Yes, Kool Keith. Gosh, yeah, Kool Keith. So I felt like I felt RZA was kind of ripping off some Kool Keith, but that whole Kool Keith vibe, I felt like Wu-Tang was along those lines. And I was really into a lot of the Raucous records, you know, that whole lane, and I was heavy into Def Jux. So for me, I was all about that kind of hip hop, even though you're right, it is not necessarily that golden era, but I thought it was like a new flavor of it. I felt like the art was still maintaining some of this. It wasn't as commercial. Now, Wu-Tang blew up, right? They did actually become commercial, but their sound wasn't necessarily commercial. Maybe, you know.
Wu-Tang made it to the Dave Chappelle show.
No, they were huge. They were. And
at the same time that Dave Chappelle was always talking about Wu-Tang, he was also making the joke on Puff Daddy. So what I'm saying is that, what you're saying is correct. But what I'm saying is, with a comparative look at it, again, I'm a person that was still looking for, okay, where's the modern Microphone Fiend album? Where's the modern Main Source Breaking Albums album? Where's the modern A Tribe Called Quest Low End Theory album? Where are these masterpieces going to come from now that it's been degraded? And then here comes Wu-Tang Clan. and I listen to it and I say, it's kind of that, but it's not that. So again, I'm listening with a different expectation, and not just me, but people who experienced that era.
Got it.
And again, New York championed it because at the time, for the first time in hip hop history, New York was kind of losing. It was losing a grip.
Yes.
Because Death Row.
Yes.
So
and I think that's why I like Wu-Tang Clan too. I think that's why I like Wu-Tang a little bit, because they were actually giving that whole West Coast sound a run for their money. They were actually challenging them. And though I'm from the West Coast, California born and raised, but at the same time, I was really into a lot of different types of music from different places. And when I first heard that Wu-Tang, that RZA, just those old repetitive samples on that dirty beat and like the crazy lyrics, I was like, what is this? You know, and for me, I've always been attracted to kind of the more just odd stuff, you know, especially if it's done well. And I felt like, okay, this is something different, finally something new. And shortly thereafter, I stumbled upon Company Flow's album Fun Crusher Plus, and that changed my life. Like, I'm not even kidding. That album like changed my life. And I know a lot of people aren't even familiar with that corner of hip hop, but that for me fit perfect. It's not like Wu-Tang, but it's this world of avant-garde, just really eccentric style rap that's almost science fiction futurist type, you know. LP's really influenced by Blade Runner and all that. And it's funny, where I'm at now, I understand like a lot of the stuff they were talking about in those lyrics. But anyhow, that it's you're right though, right? Like, it was taking things to a whole different era that was very mainstream. Now let me add this. I think another thing about Wu-Tang was the fact that they were one of the biggest international hip hop artists, right? Especially with their popularity in Japan, for example. Like, they were internationally known in a way that wasn't very common. Like, they had cult followings all over the earth. I didn't really see that from that many hip hop artists ever, actually. So I felt like that's what kind of set them apart and really gave them this massive, like bigger than the industry kind of thing. It was strange, but I liked how they were challenging that Dr. Dre thing. That's something I liked about them. I was allowed to step outside of the typical sound and start engaging with something completely foreign to me. Now, what I will agree with you is the Old Dirty Bastard took it. I mean, what he did, a Mariah Carey track, it just went a little bit too far commercial wise. I wasn't a huge fan of Old Dirty Bastard personally. I bought his album, of course, because it was a classic, but he was my least favorite. Personally, I was all about Raekwon and Ghostface and Capadonna. That's like all I wanted to hear. I couldn't care less about Method Man. I liked RZA's beats, but I mean, really, I was only interested in Capadonna, Raekwon, and Scarface. Everyone else was just kind of filler as far as I was concerned. So I guess I really wasn't a Wu-Tang head in that sense.
Well, let me bring this out, because we got Truthers here, and it's interesting the things that you're saying, and then we're gonna move on from Wu-Tang, because that was just a side note that I happened to see somebody in the chat mention Wu-Tang and say, well, Wu-Tang was still hard, and I have to beg to differ. Again, looking at things from the way people that made the music was looking at things at the time. So my favorite, well, I thought the best rapper was GZA, but who was the genius? And I remember when he was the genius, and I had his single when he was the genius. I thought he was fresh, but RZA, again, now I'm producing, I'm in the studio, I'm sampling, I'm chopping beats every day. I couldn't mess with RZA because he would chop his beats wrong. Okay, so again, some of this stuff I understand is some purist.
Was it that the aesthetic though? It was supposed to be like that though, right?
And see, I knew a lot of dudes that would chop beats, and just because they was lazy and didn't know how to chop them right, that would be their excuse. And that's what, and again, I could be 100% wrong, but I didn't like DJ Muggs from Cypress Hill for the same reason. So again, this could be a personal thing. But my favorite member of the group was ODB.
Interesting.
Because especially when I started hearing things he was saying about George Bush and them.
Gotcha.
George Bush and them. Gotcha. Okay, so and he just had that Brooklyn relatableness, and I liked him the best. Raekwon only built for Cuban links. I'm gonna say something that as a purist, some of y'all gonna take my purist card, but I'm gonna keep snatching it back all through the night. Okay, but Cuban links never heard it. I remember when they was trying to play it for me. Y'all got to remember, I'm hard headed. I'm making the music myself. I've already been told my demo is dope, so I'm looking at things different. And I'm telling you, I never heard it before. I remember somebody playing, one of my friends whose opinion I really respected his opinion. He was trying to play it for me. He's like, "No, man, it's hard. You got to hear it." And he played a couple songs, and I was just like, he's not really rhyming on that high of a level.
It was more than that, though.
And I will concede. I will concede to popular opinion. And I know too many purists who say only built for Cuban links was hard. So I'll give it to you. But again, I didn't feel inclined to listen to it. I didn't like Method Man. I didn't like METHOD.
Yeah, I never liked that. Yeah, never liked it.
Okay, because I saw it as it was trying to be something that I saw the real version of. So for me, it just went like it's why some people swear by LeBron today. But if you saw Jordan play, it's hard for you. It's just hard for you to do that. I don't care what LeBron do. I saw Jordan kill my bad boys time and time again. So it could be that bias, and I will concede.
Let me say this. I'll say this. Though I can't agree with that, of course, regarding built for Cuban links, it wasn't nowhere near as good as Iron Man. Okay? So that's probably controversial, right? Scarface or Ghostface's first album. Like,
couldn't tell you.
That was probably the best. That album was better than anything Wu-Tang produced, and that's probably very controversial. And I'll add to that Capadonna's debut album, solo album. I mean, they're incredible. We're getting into our personal stuff. Let's just keep it. Let's get back to the topic because we can do this.
Let's expand.
Yeah, let's expand. Wu-Tang is always controversial because I think it's what you're getting at. They came into the game at such an interesting time, almost like the breakup of hip hop, and they came in with just from left field, right?
And that's why people support them, and I understand that support because again, they were a breath of fresh air. You can say they got a spot by default. We can say Jay-Z got a spot by default. We can say Puff Daddy got a spot by default. If certain things hadn't happened, they might not have been there. But those things happened and they were there. So if it was the fifth, we'd all be drunk. So your Wu-Tang is solidified in people's minds as something that I don't necessarily see them as, but I understand why other people do.
Yeah, and I was into Killer Army too. Like I had both of their albums, so I was really into the sound. So it just was a Sonics thing for me, and just I don't know. That's why maybe I'm not a good judge for that because I'm partial. But anyways, let's now you really started this up 92, right? So now let's go back a little bit. If 92 is where the chronic illness began, the death, right? The sickness, right?
December 92. That's when I bought the Chronic.
Let's go back. Let's go back and let's really talk about hip hop. If we've discovered kind of when hip hop was officially sick and dying from a certain point, let's go back a little bit and kind of build up. How do we even get to that point? And I want to share my idea about hip hop in that I don't really believe there ever was a hip hop objectively, right? And also I want to add to this that I think hip hop is several things. It's a subculture, also known as a counterculture. At one point, it was a counterculture. It's also a medium, but it's also a process. And I'll break these things down as eventually, but I feel like hip hop is many different things. It's not just a genre that some people would say today, but there's many different aspects to it that I think really showed itself between about 1973, which is proto, before hip hop, to about the golden era. I think there were so many things, and we've talked about these in our talks prior. So let's kind of walk down this road a little bit. I started off the show with some break beats because I wanted to really pay homage to some of the influence of quote unquote hip hop culture and the sound. And let's get back to our original thesis where we were discussing the breakaway of family and community. As I put it, I think the ensemble of what really made hip hop into this transformation into this kind of like singular, centralized, individually based MC, this Luciferian worship the MC kind of thing hip hop is now, right? The falling away of group, of membership, of community, of family.
MC is God.
Yeah, MC is God. Yeah, so let's go back. Let's go back to how it all started. Let's kind of briefly here, well, maybe not briefly, but let's try to lay the foundation for what really gave hip hop its life, right? So I just to begin, hip hop, and those may not be familiar with this history, but hip hop as we know it started with graph writing. It started with graffiti. This is where hip hop started. Now, not the music, but the culture. And the reason I say this is because essentially what hip hop was a regional context-based culture created by young people in a particular place at a particular point in history. And it had to do with a type of rebellion. It was a rebellious movement. And one of the first aspects of that rebellious movement was writing or graffiti, getting up, right? From this, and what's fascinating about graffiti is how diverse that was. Now, the music didn't exist just yet. This was 1973, right? In 73, we had some of the first graph writers. Now, where hip hop and music came out of, that came out of the club scene, that came out of the parties. The DJ created hip hop. But this spirit of hip hop, this rebellious countercultural spirit of youth rebellion started with writing. I just want to put that out there. And you could pick it up from there, bro.
Okay, well, writing is an attempt to convey a message. If you were tagging your name somewhere, it was because you were unknown and you wanted to be known. You wanted to convey your message. You wanted your voice to be heard. This is why, again, it was primarily young Black men who felt as if their voices were unheard, who were lining up to pick up the mic when the DJ would allow for the mic to be picked up. And this is how the rapping part was born. At these parties where the graph kids would congregate, the DJ would play these records. And, we fast forwarding through a lot of stuff. We're going past the disco era now. But okay, so the disco records were popular, and a lot of these records had these breaks or these break beats, this section of the record where the soloists was getting busy. The main parts of the beat dropped out. It just got to the bare bones of the beat, primarily the rhythm section. It'd be the drummer. It might be it would definitely be the drummer and the bass player. So drum and bass. And then perhaps some other element might join in, but it's a stripped down part of the record that everybody felt a feeling during. And the DJ figured out a way to extend that feeling. So now you think about that Songwriter Secret fans, folks who've checked out my Songwriter Secret videos on my channel. We talk about the power, the spiritual power of music. Now you're capturing, they're using records. It's recorded. It's burned into the wax. It's analog. It's coming out the speakers in a major way. It's bathing the atmosphere with these sonic frequencies, with these decibels, with bass and with treble. It's affecting the mind, the body, and the soul. And these kids who were DJing figured out this way to extend, or your early hip hop DJs figured out a way to take that one part of the record. Now this is samplers were invented already. Sampling was being used on Marvin Gaye's records, but it was not, people hadn't applied it to this yet. The DJ came up with this first. What a sample was supposed to do was, let's say Marvin didn't want to keep singing the same part over and over and over again. So the engineer figured out a way to loop the tape, which is your first form of sampling, actually using tape and taping the tape together and making it loop on its own. So now Marvin can go and smoke and potty and do all the drugs he want to do, and the engineer can sit there and he's got what he needs from Marvin because he can just loop what he needs. So fast forward to these club scenes where these graffiti kids would, and the other kids who would be around, these street kids, would be able to get into these clubs. Now, my question was always, how do kids get into a club?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're going to get to those parts also, but it was allowed for whatever reason. Now, and you did have adults and kids in the same space again, but what the DJ had figured out how to do was to extend that feeling. This feeling that's only 4 bars. He can take 2 turntables, and after he played the first 4 bars on table 1, he times it perfectly to play the next 4 bars in rhythm on table 2 off the same record. So we have 2 turntables with the same record on it. This is the birth of the hip hop beat, and the emphasis was on this part of the record. I've always thought that was fascinating, that there was an agreement in people's minds on this is the part of the record that's the livest, and this is the part we wish they had kept playing that over and over again. That's basically where the desire came from. This part is so sweet. I wish this part would just keep repeating. So the DJ figured out how to do it, and this was the birth of the extended break beat. So now the beat is extended, and this feeling is going through the air, and the mic has been set on the table. Somebody could pick up the mic and say something. Usually the DJ would say something while he was DJing, but now he's busy putting these records back to back. Both his hands is busy, his mind is busy. He's got the mic out there, and the emceeing part of hip hop develops, where now I got something to say. My voice have never been heard. My neighborhood is in the crowd. I'm somebody, and yes, y'all, to the beat, y'all,
Mm-hmm.
and it begins.
Can I build on that?
No, most certainly.
It's a very fascinating history here, and it happened exactly how you're describing. And we've done several hip hop shows where we kind of went into this history, but I think this particular series we're going to go in a little deeper here, so people could really understand where this culture came from and this music came from, because most people that didn't grow up in this culture look at hip hop as this, of course, violence, hypersexualism, this aspect of degeneracy and quote unquote ghetto culture. Though the spirit of the culture did come out of the ghetto and inner cities, things were far different at that time, and they were actually turned into this type of corporate object that over time just scaled degenerate behavior on the back of beats and rhymes, etc. But really there was a lot more to this, and how it developed came out of a mixture of expression, whether that be through dance or community, right? Coming together, playing music, dancing, having fun. Now, of course, there was always this competitive aspect of it, battling, DJ battles, MC battles, b-boy battles, and getting up, covering other people's tags. I mean, there's always been this very masculine, battling, this masculine competitive nature, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think hyper competitiveness is an aspect of masculinity. So this is just what you're going to find in these art forms. Not to mention, we have to remember it's hyper rebellious in that it's coming from a certain time. It's coming from the early 70s to mid 70s, the me generation, right? Where we have to consider the fallout of the socioeconomic and political history. We have to remember what happened in the 60s, the failure of the Black liberation movement, right? I call it the what I had it written down, like the postmodern liberal squalor, right? There was just this period where there was time, people were bored, political movements had died. There was a whole lot of new music, a new record industry, new technologies were developing at the time as far as sound systems, and especially speaker systems that really got their introduction in Brooklyn, Bronx. In fact, there is some history that would suggest the Bronx actually got a lot of their speaker and sound equipment ideas from Brooklyn. So there's a big fight between the Cool Herc. That's a whole other aspect of the history. But what I'm getting
The
at,
Jamaican sound clash aspect.
yes. So there was so much going on during the 70s that really propelled this type of desire for something new. People, especially young people, there was a lot of socioeconomic problems. There was a lot of poverty. Clearly, if you look at the history, it was a very chaotic time. But music was just blossoming, especially after the counterculture movement in the 60s and all the rock and all of that, of course, turning into, funk and then the introduction of disco. So there was all of these things going on, not to mention hunger for something new, something different, like opening up a new page, right? And it was like the introduction to the new age. And that's another thing people forget. The 70s, the me generation, was the birth, we'll say the rebirth. There's like a regeneration of new age ideas. I go into depth on this in my How Media Shaped the Generations documentary. So there was all these young kids out in the streets, and this is how a lot of things started, especially with the graph in 73 to about maybe 75. We had, Julio 204, Phase 2, Super Cool 223, and Scene, SEEN. These are just some of the early writers, and it was all about being seen. It's interesting, that's what he named himself. It's like getting out there and wanting a voice, because it's like a voice for the voiceless. And I think this aspect of being seen is a big part of hip hop, especially coming from the youth and being neglected in the world, being neglected by the economy, by society, and by culture, and by the overall political kind of systems, right? This idea of fighting the system has always been rooted in hip hop, whether that's through writing, whether that is through DJing, b-boying, etc. So as we get through the graph, and speaking about the DJing was key. It did start in the disco clubs, right? A lot of people say Cool Herc and the parks and the jams, the park jams, the garage parties, all of those things are legit, and those kind of started in 73, right? But then if we go even, I guess, around the same time, we think of DJ Flowers. Me and Brother Theo were talking about DJ Flowers from Brooklyn. He was a disco DJ. Now the difference is he wasn't really playing stuff Cool Herc was playing, because Cool Herc was known for these like very rare records. He was known for like these really rare breakbeat jams, and this was a kind of a competitive aspect of DJing. Whoever had the most rare beats, whoever had the most rare jams, and if you had the most rare unheard sounds, people will come to your shows, they'll come to your parties, right? So this was how DJs battled in that sense, just getting as many people as possible to come hear their new sounds. And so what's interesting is the first breakbeat DJ, they say, was DJ Flowers, and I think this is what you were getting at, bro Theo, about this idea of these DJs playing this certain part of the song. Now in the disco clubs, they were playing these kind of like long drawn out beats. And I think one of the best examples of this is that very long drawn out sequence of what's her name? The disco queen who ended up turning Christian. What's her name? Summers? What's her name? Help me out here. Donna Summers. Yeah. So what is the famous, her biggest hit? What is this song called?
She had a few. Love to Love You Baby. She Works Hard for the Money.
I can't remember the song, but
Bad Girl.
There is this very long, almost like drawn out breakbeat kind of like moment in that song where everyone just kind of goes crazy and dances, right? That is kind of like this early example of the pause, or that moment that turned into the breakbeat, which created the break boy or b-boy or b-girl. So these aspects are important to understand, because this is how we got to what people call rap music, right? So from DJ Flowers,
Love to Love You Baby.
Love to Love You Baby. There we go. There's a particular point. There's a point in that song where it just goes and goes and she's not singing and it's just the repetitive beat, and everyone in the clubs would really go crazy at that moment. That was the birth of what we would eventually see as the breakbeat b-boy kind of session, right? Because it all started with disco music. It's because that's where the DJ started. People have to realize, if you respect hip hop, if you want to know where it comes from, it came from the DJ. The DJ birthed the sound, and the DJ came out of the disco era. And then there was, of course, what's his name? What some would call the first real MC, KC, the Prince of Soul, right? With New Sounds, and that was in '72. So New Sounds was this kind of like disco band DJ crew, and he had an MC that would say things on the mic. And it's funny, it's exactly what you're saying. They would start to embellish on the mic. First, they're just like, you know, hey, ho, this kind, not actually, that's later. They weren't saying that right there, but you know what I mean? They're like saying what the song is, talking to people in the crowd. And then they would start saying like rhymes with what they're saying. And it turned from this kind of like what it would eventually turn into what we would know as a hype man, right? But it's interesting when you look at these old videos of these DJ sets in the early 70s, you had these guys on the mic that was like a partner to the DJ, and that turned into the MC. And I think
let's put a note right there,
yes,
because we want to highlight to people who for whom the idea is unfamiliar, that the DJ, the reason why it's DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, the reason why it's DJ Eric B and Rakim. A lot of people thought the rapper was Eric B because his name went first. The reason why it was Grandmaster Flash, the DJ, and the Furious Five was because the DJ, he was the whole show. Again, he was the person who was entertaining the people and got the attention on the group in the first place.
Exactly.
The group wouldn't have got a deal if the DJ wasn't up there being performative. The MC was a secondary thing, kind of like you said, like a hype man. To it. Yes, y'all. And like you get songs like Eric B for President and Couldn't Wait to See Jam Master Jam and songs celebrating Jam Master Jay. You celebrated your DJ.
Yes, it was the other way around. Yeah.
Because again, this is the guy who's making the sound. Things began to switch around the time of the Sugar Hill Gang. Well, pardon me, around the time of The Message and Sugar Hill Gang. But I know we're going to get there. But I just wanted to let folks who were unaware of where that came from kind of understand the importance of this guy. This guy, he was the band. To your point, Brother Reg, it was ingenuity on the DJ's part because the school system had took the instruments out the schools. They wasn't teaching music. They weren't teaching band and music theory the way that schools used to. Kids used to get a guitar for Christmas. I have got a guitar for a Christmas present. That was not an odd thing for a kid to get. But again, things changed. And now we're in the we're leaving the 70s, going into the 80s, going into this me age, this me era, and this computer age, to where now, rather than teach you how to play an instrument, they want to teach you about basic programming language, you know, your basic computer skills. These were the things that were being traded off, but there was still this love and this need for this music. The kids didn't know how to make it, but the DJ knew how to extend it. Mm-hmm. And this is, and you know, look at God, because what could have happened was maybe you wouldn't have had a DJ Quick, or you wouldn't have had a Dilla, people that can play and make beats, if not for this happening, because the DJ was playing the part of the record. Y'all follow me now. Hip hop is built off the part of the record where everybody was the most in the zone, entranced, however you want to call it. We identify as human beings. We feel the feeling. This is when everybody was in sync. Again, it's a community thing, playing instruments together. This part. So they felt it in the studio as a band. This is the part. They felt it. They're looking at each other. They're like, oh yeah, this is that part. And we feel it as the listener coming off of this record. This is analog, is warm, is actually vibrating through the speakers, vibrating through our bodies. We feel this part. So now, how can we recreate that part? We learned how to recreate it. And then not only that, but we learned how to make music based upon the very best parts of records.
Yes.
That was our music theory.
And what were
this is what taught me.
What were the very best parts of the records? The parts that were danceable. That's how the
break.
The breaks. Yes.
In most cases.
Yes.
Right. In the beginning.
In the beginning.
Doubt.
Yeah. Interesting. Now, just to wrap up what I was getting at, I'm trying to build up the family aspect of it, and you really added the point that I needed there. This idea that though the MC, the rapper that people call today, the rapper came out of the DJ. The rapper actually used to support and promote the DJ. The rapper was really the sidekick. The DJ was the main event. The DJ was bringing the music. The DJ was bringing the sound, the actual sonics. The MC was just supportive. It was a supportive role, right? And I think what we're eventually going to get at is how this changed completely. And this is a major aspect of the destruction of the art, because it gets away from its foundations, its actual design, its structure. Let's say that. So by 76, we get Grandmaster Flash, who created actually this idea of MCs being able to rap. Are you familiar with his quick mix theory? He has this thing called the quick mix theory. It's really interesting, and from that point,
tell us all about it.
So I'm not really familiar with exactly how it works. I just remember he had this quick mix theory, and this is he would do something with the way he mixes the beat, and it would allow MCs a moment to rap over it, similar to how Kool Herc, I'm just coming off the top of the head with this. Kool Herc allowed b-boys to dance by giving them breaks, and that's where b-boy came from, break boy. So when he would play a break,
that's
all the dance
mix theory.
Yes, all the dancers would hit the floor. So Grandmaster Flash has kind of been, and this is debatable a lot, especially when it comes to some of these things. There's all types of debates on this stuff, but apparently, just like Kool Herc to b-boys, Grandmaster Flash to MCs, right? And then you get a lot of other DJs that kind of pick this up. So by 76, we have b-boying, we have DJing, and we have the birth of MCing. And this is in 1976. It's the hip hop culture is already alive. Graph, DJing, MCing, b-boying, also known as breaking. No one ever said break dancing. That is a corporate term. No one ever used the term break dancing. It's always been b-boying or b-girl.
That's like saying rap speaking.
Yes, it is.
Break dancing.
No one ever said that. We never said break dancing. And the only reason we'd say it today is because that's what the general public uses, right? It was breaking or b-boying or rocking. Actually, rocking was prior to breaking, because rocking was the top rock. That's what you do on when on your feet. It's like the dance you do before you go to the ground. So rocking is up top. When you go to the ground, when you hit the ground, that's breaking. So there's rocking and breaking. That's why most b-boys were called like rock this, or LA not LA what is it Bronx Boys Rockin' Crew. There's like all these rockin' is in all of their names. And actually the first, and then there was like kind of like the black style of breaking, which is called Zulu style, and then there was or Moreno style, should I say, and then there was like Puerto Rican style breaking. So there was like all these different styles, but by 76, this is what the culture was, and it was in a particular region. It was during a particular time. It was a particular group of young people doing this stuff. In my view, this is the essence of hip hop. Like, this is what hip hop is. When everyone was together, when you would have a situation, you'd have the music, the sounds that were being created from the DJ and would continue to develop into the sonics of electronics, as you had mentioned. But then we had the MC who's present. We had the B-boys who are present. And of course, there's writers and graph artists there as well. And in many cases, it crossed over. You had DJs that were graph artists. You'd have B-boys that were MCs. You know, you'd have graph artists that were DJs or MCs and b-boys. So there was always these crossover elements of this culture, which actually made it something real. It was a lifestyle. It had meaning. Now, of course, you know, graffiti is illegal. Okay, so you're breaking the law. I'm not saying that was a good thing. I'm just saying that this was an actual real thing prior to the corporate takeover. And then we get into 1979 and everything changes. So in my view, it's a little bit controversial, but I think hip hop never really became itself. It was always going through a developmental process of change. Post 79, its inception with the Sugar Hill Gang, which was a corporate creation. So it never really got to become a thing. It either stayed in New York or it started its spirit aspects of itself, traveled into other areas, and it was replicated, but it was never given its full, I guess, representation in the mainstream because the corporate industry had seized it prior to its ability to even be alive. It was just being born. Right. So I just wanted to get out
You're
that
right.
we were a family. It was a family affair. It was a community-based thing. We all were in it together. It wasn't like anything other than that. It was a group dynamic.
You're right. You're right. And they split up the family. I like what you just did there, Days. They split up the family
They did.
and they pulled out the dad, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So and they made him useless. The DJ became useless. The DJ was the guy in the back within, say, 10 years, within less than 10 years, by Run DMC, who tried their best to in the old spirit of things, because they were from Queens and they were there in the midst and around it, to where they didn't want the charge on their jacket of being the ones who took it away from its original meaning. So they would big up Jam Master Jay all the time. You know, Jam Master Jay, even in his death, you know, they said they couldn't do it no more without Jam Master Jay. But they big up Jam Master Jay. Jam Master Jay, my understanding, has a Jamaican background, like a lot of folks do in New York. And that aspect of things, or rather the Jamaican aspect of things and the DJing aspect of things has a tie. To your point, Brother Jason, follower of Christ. The sound clashes that were popular in Jamaica found their way into this whole scene of what we're talking about. So then you add that aspect in it, that there is a dynamic or an aspect of this that you could say taps into cultural memory. But what they did was they sold the parts that were sellable. They first sold the breaking part. The first big movies about hip hop was breaking movies. Even like, you know, Wild Style is probably the best movie about hip hop that you could watch.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, as far as like presenting it in its closest to pure form.
Yeah, because it was 83,
but
right? So it was pretty early, right? Wasn't it like 83 or something? 82 maybe. But then it had a lot of film. Had a lot of footage from the 70s too. But yeah, that was a pure kind of expression. Yeah, go ahead.
But the corporate interest, 1983, the corporate interest found out that they could sell aspects of this thing. The first thing they sold was breaking movies, Breaking 2, Breaking 3, Beach Street, Breakdown, all that stuff came out. And the first thing that was sold, or the first thing that they spread nationwide for sale, the commodity aspect, I think, was breakdancing. They saw the marketability in that. And then came the rapper, and them pulling the rapper away from the family. You know, they took, you know, what would breaking be analogous to in a family or something? Like, they took that aspect of the interplay, of the community interplay out, and they sold it and commercialized it. They minimized its importance. Then the next step was to take out the MC, or to separate the DJ from the MC, which in time diminished the importance of the DJ. to where now when people think hip hop, they don't think about DJ, nothing, unless you're talking about a rapper who still has DJ in front of his name, like a DJ Khaled or somebody in hip hop that still uses the term DJ. But I would dare say in 5 years, it's going to be more. Right now, there may be more Lils in hip hop than DJs.
Oh, there, yeah,
and that's
definitely.
ill. That's ill. But yeah, so let's. Are you ready to get off into the solo MC trick? How that became a trick?
Yes, absolutely. Let me segue into that. I love this point about
Sure.
they kind of it's like the bastard child of the family, the breakdancing, quote unquote, as they would call it in the corporate world, because that's how they sold it. They sold it as this new breakdancing fad, and you had Beat Street. And then what's interesting though, and let's be real, especially for those of us that weren't from New York, we would have never really heard about a lot of these things if it weren't for the corporate kind of a capture of it. I wasn't familiar with breakdancing until I saw Beat Street. So there's this bittersweet kind of double-edged sword situation where it's like, yeah,
Absolutely.
the corporate world destroyed it, but they also allowed it to reach people from very far away. I was about maybe 8 when I saw Beat Street, and that was it. I was sold. I was going to figure out how to do all of those moves, and from that point forward, I was a dancer to this very day. So like I always have to admit that part about it. It's bittersweet, but Michael Holman, I think, is probably the main guy behind that. He was like a Wall Street dude in 1978, and he just discovered this music, and he saw these kids, and before you knew it, he was one of the biggest hip hop promoters in the industry. So it really was him. He brought the LA Breakers over to his little clubs at the Negril, downtown club, and then we get the Roxy and all of this stuff, and boom, you have Beat Street. And that was, I think, 1984. 85, around that time. So yeah, Beat Street.
What is his name again, Days?
Michael Holman, HOL
Michael
man. Yeah,
Excellent.
he's like,
Excellent.
that's the dude.
Good to put some names on these suspects.
Yes.
Okay, because so what you just have brought to our attention is that we can put a name on the suspect for killing breaking.
Definitely, he commercialized it for sure through his promotion. He like brought it at a commercial level, and we could say the same thing for Graph. That a little prior to that, and I believe he was part of this too. Graffiti artists, and actually this is just built up off of the whole Andy Warhol situation. But graffiti artists started to put their work up in art venues in New York, so that kind of messed up the whole graph world too, because now graph artists started getting involved with the swanky, New York art scene, and how the history of all of that. So yeah, man, it's always been this corporate capture, and I think from that point, that's around 79 when this happened, and then boom, we get Sugar Hill Gang, and then that's when it all starts to change. We still have the groups, Run DMC, and a lot of the big early hip hop artists were groups, but this all starts to splinter during this like early 80s to late 80s period. And I think we could probably start going into that, because at this point, breakdancing and graph are no longer significant aspects of hip hop. So the family has been destroyed and broken up already by the mid 80s, and it's now down to the DJ and the MC in particular. But now what's also taking over is the electronics, the style of production, and the introduction of sampling. So we could go into that now.
So a family as a community, because in essence, that's what a family is, a community, people who share all things in common. A community can be seen as a family when that community is tightly knit and operating the way that brothers and sisters in spirit should operate. And the adversary of the powers that be are always seeking ways to divide and conquer. No matter what form of community that it is, if you have a community that's thriving and not under your control as a totalitarian governing body, you're going to have problems down the line. This community can grow. They looked at the counterculture thing of the 60s, which a lot of it they sparked. And a lot of it they didn't. Organic movements sometimes are the result of inorganic movements. You know, as an equal force or as an opposite force, as something that's going against it or as something that wants to kind of branch off from it, yet be a part of it. And those things have to be controlled. So what I think that was understood by somebody on a higher level, because we're not going to put it all on the devil. And, well, yes, it all goes on the devil ultimately, but we're not going to put it all on some supernatural force, and we're not going to put it all on the corporate, because part of this also had to do with the nature of man. And I like, as you talked about earlier, I like how you brought to our attention, or you brought the focus to, that this was about the voiceless having a voice. And so you have to control that voice. Again, if you are the powers that be, I believe that they understood that the music aspect was the DJ, but there are other ways we can bring in the music. Sylvia from Sugar Hill Gang made, Sylvia from Sugar Hill Records made Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five furious, because she started trying to separate the family in much the way that you said that my man can be named as a suspect for killing breaking. We can name Sylvia from Sugar Hill Records as a suspect, Sylvia Robinson, who was the driving force behind two landmark singles in the hip hop genre, Rapper's Delight and The Message. We can point to her as the person who brought us into this modern era by bringing in a band where the music was provided by the DJ. Now, again, the way that the music was made presented a problem to corporate America to sell it. How are you going to sell music that's based off of other people's music? The elephant in the room. Before sampling, you just showed and proved the song that you started the show off with. I heard aspects of Planet Rock. And I'm like, wow. I didn't realize that was in that. So Planet Rock is basically that song and Kraftwerk.
Absolutely.
So, this music genre would be hard to sell from a financial standpoint, from a legal standpoint. There's copyright, there's publishing. We, again, speaking as the music industry, speaking from the perspective of a Sylvia Robinson at the time, we need all that. We're not going to get no publishing out of this. We got to make money out of this. So interpolations were born. Before sampling, the first way to replace the DJ, because we could argue sampling replaced the DJ. Hip hop could only live so long once they tried to sell it. So I will say that you're 100% right. What hip hop died in the Bronx. It never made it out.
Yeah.
But what they did was they took different aspects of this genre and they sold those aspects separately. And then they figured out a way to deify one member of the group. This was not something that was new to rap that was happening. All throughout music, the music business was making a shift, much like they're doing now, that technology was helping to drive, just like today. But that shift was a shift toward synthesizers and drum machines, and a shift toward automation. And instead of having 20, 30 of y'all brothers up on the stage dancing and going on and playing instruments and being chaotic, and all these people we got to negotiate with, and all these moods and individual needs, we're going to slim it down to one of you, and we're going to make the one of you a star. Now, this was something that was already being done in other musical genres, but there was still this community aspect that was going on in the core Black music genres or urban genres. Well, when they say urban, they mean Black, of funk and R&B and soul. And so it now found its way to hip hop. So enter Sylvia Robinson, Sugar Hill Records, and the group that they signed that we're going to highlight today. Well, two songs, again, Rapper's Delight and The Message, two different groups, but highlighting Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five takes us to where the death of the DJ and the birth of the MC as God, or the MC as the focus, begins. You can there's a special on Vice TV. It's Inside Hip Hop or something. A whole lot of special hit pieces came out. Basically, a whole lot of eulogies came out after hip hop 50 years, and this is one of those. And they interviewed Grandmaster Flash and members of the Furious Five. They did not interview Melly Mel. Grandmaster Flash and Melly Mel have an issue that I didn't even know that they had. Grandmaster Flash would not engage in the producers asking him questions about the issue, but they talked about it anyway, and a couple of the other members talked about it. And the issue was this: Grandmaster Flash is providing the music, like we mentioned before, but once they sign, he finds himself less and less involved in the making of the records. Now, again, I think that this is a procedural thing. You know, we're not, at that time, I'm sure it was considered an impossible thing to imagine that he's actually going to stand there with two turntables and we're going to record him cutting two of the same record back to back, and we're going to make a song like that. That's not how the studio was working. That's not how the metronome works. All sorts of things went against him being able to take what they was doing in the club and put it in the studio, the industrial factory, where you turn it into a commodity that you can sell.
There we go.
Everything was going against that. So they had to have people play behind them.
Yes.
Or, you know, when the time came, sampling would replace the DJ. But the first thing to replace the DJ was somebody replaying the record or recreating the break using a band, the Sugar Hill Band. And Grandmaster Flash and them did not like this. This is like changing the whole way we do our thing. And it's cutting Flash out. Now, they really cut Flash all the way out with The Message, because this was the beginning of highlighting the solo MC. Prior to that, on all the records, it was other rappers in Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. But again, to show you the way it affected me at my age, my favorite one was Melly Mel. Because he's the one whose voice I knew. But I didn't know that was by design. Melly Mel was the one who had who took the red pill and went off into the matrix of stardom. Sylvia Robinson approaches him to do The Message on his own, to the dismay of the other members of the group. And this is when the whole thing began to unravel. So we can say that the first, people like to say LL Cool J was the first superstar MC, and that would be correct. He got way bigger than Melly Mel ever did. But the first attempt, or perhaps the prototype for what the superstar MC was, or let's make the MC the god of this thing, instead of it being Kool in the Gang, now it's JT and Kool in the Gang. You know, we're going to pull him out and put him to the front. And that was Melly Mel, who then became Grandmaster Melly Mel, biting Grandmaster Flash. In essence, he wasn't Grandmaster before.
And we got to admit, Grandmaster Flash bit Grandmaster Flowers.
Right, right. And so then when we go there and say Grandmaster Flowers is the first Grandmaster we can find on record in hip hop, or that you found on record in hip hop, then we also have to go to Grandmaster didn't belong to hip hop. Grandmaster directly. I'm talking about not a little bit. You know, I hear when people say conspiracy. Conspiracy is a whole word that has a whole meaning. When you put it with theory, which is a whole word that has a whole meaning, it has a different meaning. So it's not a theory, because a theory is something that may or may not be true. It has to be proven to be true. And a conspiracy simply means one or more people have gathered together to come up with this particular plan. A Grandmaster is a Freemason who is elected to lead a Masonic jurisdiction and is given the title of Grandmaster as an honor. Now, again, we can say, well, that's a lofty title. These kids, they had low self-esteem, low self-worth. So this was a way to make yourself, I am somebody. This is a way to make you somebody. But who comes up with that? Again, unless it now we can say Grandmaster Flash bit my man, and then Melly Mel bit Flash, and then whoever was
Kaz as
Grandmaster,
well.
right? Grandmaster Kaz, and then you got Jam Master Jay, who's biting it, also. So, but all of this comes from the desire to be somebody, to express your creative power, to let the God that is in you come out and be expressed, much like what's promised falsely, however, in Freemasonry, the real alchemy of Freemasonry, not turning base metals to gold, but turning man to God. So in essence, we saw the same thing happening in hip hop at a very early stage. And, I'm not to say that that was a conspiracy. Perhaps that's just the way that certain things are meant to go if they're not built on a godly foundation. And this was not a thing built upon a godly foundation. The infiltration came from all over the place, and so do the suspects. But I do find it interesting that once they pulled the rapper out, and now you have a God figure. Now you have a person to idolize rather than a community. This ain't the Juice Crew. It's Big Daddy Kane. You know what I'm saying? This ain't Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. It's Melly Mel. So now you got one person to focus on, JT, as opposed to Kool and the Gang, or George Clinton, as opposed to Parliament Funkadelic. George Clinton comes out with Atomic Dog during the same time off the album Computer Games. Okay, so there's this move and this focus to me, myself as God, the computers playing a part in that. And also, low key, in a clandestine fashion, so is the secret hand of Freemasonry, or so it appears. But the pulling out of the MC, making him God, right? A purist is supposed to understand who the God MC is. This is an established thing in hip hop, who just happens to be named the God of Kemet or Rakim. So, I don't mean to get spooky so early, because I know we wanted to build first a logical foundation and then get off into the supernatural aspects of it, because there is no material realm without a spiritual realm. They are two different sides of the same coin. It's the yin and the yang. It's the balance of the universe for those who believe in those types of things. But both were at play at all times. The physical things that happened, where people signed bad contracts, people made bad decisions, people decided to do things and betray their groups and different things. And then there's the spiritual side of things. There's the unseen hand moving. There's these kids being in close quarters with these adults who are using cocaine liberally, and it wasn't even a big deal at the time. And all of these things are being introduced together. You've got the clubs being located in areas where you have a whole lot of fruitaceous activity, or where the alphabet community is thriving in New York. These are some of the clubs that was first letting the kids come in and hold these hip hop parties. So you have all these things going. You have the disco ball and the lights reflecting, and the effects that has on the subconscious mind. You have the low frequencies of the bass. It's a bass-driven music. I know that was one of the first things the old folks was complaining about that didn't like it. I remember my grandfather getting mad at me because when he got in the car, he turned on the radio, and I had turned the bass all the way up. Trying to hear things with a lot of bass in it, as rap had been training me to do. So, it's interesting how the MC era brings us into today, whereas hip hop died, but rap thrived. One of its four elements really thrived to the point of a golden era being produced after hip hop died. The golden era didn't include all of the aspects of hip hop to the degree that it should have been. It wasn't an equal share. There wasn't an equal presentation of the graffiti aspect and the dancing aspect. It was a primary focus on the rapper and on the rappers in the case of a Public Enemy or EPMD or other groups like that that came out during the golden era. The focus was on the rapper. And that would bring us to today, where you could have these super MCs like the big three and just about no rap groups anymore. It's symbolic of what's happened to community at large. The same thing that happened to the big funk bands happened to the hip hop bands, then the hip hop groups, then the hip hop duets, and now just singular individuals.
Absolutely.
But I know I digress there at some point. So please take us back to where we're supposed to be.
Oh no, that was great. That was actually great, and I want to build off what you're saying here. This is so. I'm going to bring it back a little bit. Oh, first off, I think you're right the way you broke down first from the breakup of the family, the ensemble. I like this term to describe hip hop. It's an ensemble, right? But breaking up that family, that familial connection that's rooted in sound, right? You went to this idea of actual sounds. And with that, we have to go back to music in general, which starts, as far as hip hop, starts with the beat or drum, right? So this is ancient. I mean, any peoples in the history of mankind at some point had some type of drum that would be used for different types of events and this, etc. But really, I
talking
think,
drum of Africa.
Yes, yes, right. So we got to remember that there's something very inherent about just music in general and dancing and the way it makes you feel. Now it could cut the other way too. It could become ritual. It could become satanic. It could be used for demonic activity, right? So you have to be careful. That's why it's important to watch what you're putting in your mind. I can't demonize music because this is something the Most High has created, the idea of rhythm and sound. And these are all things that the Most High has created. So I definitely want to kind of differentiate that. But you're right, as far as the separating of the family and the focusing on the MC, I think that is something, of course, it has many elements like you've described, but also we have to consider the fact that this makes the music scalable, right? If we could trim the fat and focus on one individual, we can really, and I think you mentioned this, we could really commodify this art form and narrow in on that particular individual, in a sense, strip him from any types of ties and familial connections he has. You see this in cults, right? And then we could hone in on him and give him drugs and women and fancy cars.
You said a mouthful. When you just said you see this in cults. That's how you introduce the whole idea of getting them initiated. How I'm going to initiate all five of Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five? One of y'all going to object. It's just the nature of human beings. So you're absolutely right. You got to isolate the individual in order to pull them into the initiation rituals, into the cult. That was.
Let me go further with it, though. You'll see where I'm going with this. And what's happened and what's interesting is this idea I have can be mirrored in what's happened in the actual political realm, as far as the family, etc. So let's remember this goes back to the early 70s, 72, 73. Even before the so-called disco era, there existed these types of DJs playing these types of funk tracks, dance music, right? So of course we have to always go back to DJ Flowers, one of the earliest, right? Grandmaster DJ Flowers, one of the earliest, brought the first actual MC on stage, though it wasn't an MC like what we would consider an MC or a rapper. It was proto, right? So we have to remember this started as a family affair, a group thing, right? People getting together, having fun, dancing, merry. It was a merry kind of thing. Coming out of pain, coming out of poverty, coming out of ostracized feelings of society, right? And we understand creativity, art usually comes out of pain or some type of struggle. The best artists tend to have had hard lives and experienced a lot of pain and trauma, right? This is just a reality. So it makes sense why hip hop came out and turned into what it did before it started to be destroyed. There was a purpose. Now, again, it wasn't rooted in the Most High God. It didn't have a type of uniform or universal faith or belief system. We have to remember it was a postmodern design. It was a postmodern art form, in that it was during the postmodern era, probably the height of the postmodern era, but it was also merging and enmeshing different types of art forms. So it really was a new renaissance. When we think about the original Renaissance period, what do we think about? We think about naturalism. We think about painting. We think about poetry and writing and all of these things. Hip hop was the same, just in a completely different fashion, a different context, a different time, different technology. But it was the merging of writing, poetry, music, and culture. It was the merging of all of these things coming out of pain. It was reactionary, just like the Renaissance period. The Romantic era was a reaction to the Enlightenment, a reaction to the scientific aspect of reason and everything that came out of the scientific revolution. Just like the Renaissance and the Romantic era was a response and a reaction to that, hip hop, this young child, this rebellious child, was reacting to what the fallout of the 60s, especially the young black youth that were involved. It was a response to the death of the liberation movement, the death of the Black Panther Party and all of that, the death of this promise of some type of promised land post Martin Luther King. There was this dearth of meaning. There was this dearth of any substance outside of just pure art. So from all of that pain, from all of that confusion, mixed with all the new technologies, mixed with the new media, mixed with this whole new kind of pop culture media platform with Hollywood and the record industry, because if we're honest, the record industry started in the 70s. There was no record industry like there was prior. There were surely a record industry where the records were made, but the record industry got its real birth from the DJ. Playing new records for hundreds of people every other night at some club started to make music more popular than it's ever been, and the record industry exploded. DJs were the ones that started it all. They made it all possible. What better marketing could you get? Not only did it market the music and create the real record industry, and this is all genres, even rock. Everything blew up in the 70s, right? Now, so we have to remember the postmodern aspect of this. It was this just culmination of all these different art forms coming together through some type of confusion. It was a chaotic crisis moment, right? And so that unity that was joined, in my view, this unity that was hip hop at the time, rebellious young people coming together under art forms. You had unity, it created an ensemble. It was a process that started in 73 with graph writers, young kids that were just trying to be seen, neglected young children in poverty that choose this art form to make a name for themselves, to get up and be seen. On every day, people get to see who I am on this train. We have to remember these are children. They're immature. They're impressionable. They're zealous, right? They're not criminals as they were treated. They're just young youth doing what young youth do. Every generation had these types of people. It was just a different context with different styles, different technologies. And from this point, we get this ensemble of artists that come together with the DJs. And a lot of these DJs were graph artists. KRS-One was a graph artist. Most of the DJs, B-boys, and MCs were graph artists first. And then
the song "The P is Free," KRS-One refers to himself as DJ KRS. He says, "Hi, DJ KRS. She kissed me on the neck, so I gave her a peck." So he called himself DJ. Mm-hmm. Absolutely right.
And so this is, for me, hip hop is about these things. It's not just the four elements. People don't realize how important the four elements are. This is what hip hop is. So without this family, it's not hip hop. This is why, I know it's controversial, but I believe hip hop in this proper sense, in its original form, died when it left New York. Now, I'm not saying hip hop didn't exist. After that, it was a different form of hip hop. It was like an evolution. And maybe people think that's splitting hairs, but I think it's important to differentiate these two things. So then we can actually respect what hip hop was at one point and not just ruin its whole legacy with all the crap that's come after. So with that unity, that ensemble, that process that built it up from the writers into the DJs and into the MCs and B-boys coming together, that process developed over about a 10-year span, we get the family. Breakbeats is the rhythm, the vibe, the energy to get the B-boys moving on the dance floor, the beat and the drum to get the MC wanting to rap over it. And the sound and the sonics that the DJ is skillfully mixing and combining so people want to dance, getting people on the dance floor. And then there's the verbal aspect, the lyrics, the message, the meaning, the purpose, the poetry. This is the communicative aspect of hip hop. It's communicative. It's communicating ideas and messages that had meaning at some point. Sure, it was rebellious, but it was a political thing. Hip hop essentially was political. It was a social movement. It was about a certain group, and it wasn't just black folks. It was black folks, Latino folks, and you'd be surprised how many white folks were involved, especially in the very beginning as far as the graph. I'm telling you, 70% of the graph artists were white. People don't realize that. This happened. It was a region. It was a certain place, and everyone was kind of living the same. Impoverished, trying to make it, but very creative. These were creative people. Now we get the verbal, then we get the roles and components, right? The interdependence of us all, the art, the MC, the dance, the DJ, the music, the style, the attitude, the mind, the body, the soul. It's this family. Now think about this when you have this, and this is what you were getting at. When you have this combination, this interdependence, you get empowerment and you get motivation and you can make change. You could actually do things in the world. When you have this interdependence, this familial bond that has meaning and purpose for you. And sure, it's just art, it's just music, yeah, I get that. But that still has meaning to people, especially when they depend on each other. It's a type of familial arrangement. And for a lot of these people, their families weren't necessarily there for them. That we get the same thing with the gangs. And where do you think this came from? This came out of the gang culture, that came out of the failed liberation movements. So as the Black Panthers died, we get all of the more big 70s gangs, like the Black Spades, for instance, that was African Bambaataa, that really started the whole thing. And if you look at the old B-boy sweaters and shirts that they would wear with their B-boy crews and names on them, the insignia, etc., were designed precisely, almost identical to how the gangs did it. They even had the little cards, and those come straight from the gangs. For those familiar with historical gang culture, there's these little things called cards, and you would carry them on you, and you would throw them down. You would pass them around. It had your name, your gang, your set, whatever. The B-boys had the same thing. So it came out of all of this. It's reflecting its past influence. And what's good about the hip hop thing was getting people out of the violence. You got kids that just want to dance on a thing of cardboard all night. They weren't out stabbing each other and fighting in the streets, right? It was a development, I'd say. It was a progression for these young kids that didn't have much to do in the world, right? So the roles, components, and then you get the idea of counterculture. It's a counterculture, in my view. It's this youth-based, prefigurative eyes, ears of society. They were the eyes and the ears, right? So they want to speak about what they see, and they want to create art around it. In my view, that's what hip hop was. And again, we have to remember this was created by Gen X. Hip hop is a Gen X art form. Let's not get that twisted. No one else has anything else to do with building it outside of the boomers that made it corporate. Hip hop is a Gen X creation. Everybody else just picked it up, at least picked up the pieces that were left after 94. Gen X created. This is a Gen X phenomenon. It is a contextual concept thing that's based on a certain group that came up in a certain time around certain social, economic, and technological systems, right? So we get, with that, we have, it's an aesthetic, it's a worldview, it's a system of beliefs and values. Now, they may not be Christian or faith-based, but they still had values, right? Even though it was secular, it was a postmodern thing. We're not promoting that. We just have to be honest about what it was. Socioeconomic status, it was class-based. Okay, there were no rich hip hop kids. Didn't exist until it became corporate. It was a class-based phenomenon. Rituals, customs, wardrobe, artifacts, geographic location, and environment. All of these things comprised hip hop. So it was an actual culture. We have to be honest about that. Now again, this all changed into the 80s. I just want to make it very clear that from about 73 to the very early 80s, hip hop was a real thing. It was a real subculture with real people. And then it was destroyed. And I would say it was destroyed by aspects of capitalism, of course, right? That business and capital that pretty much turned it into a logistic system of profit and commodification and exploitation. And it's much easier to exploit individuals than it is families of people that have purpose and meaning and values and things to say about the world and bodies to do something about it. You there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was letting you cook.
Right on, man. Appreciate it.
I would agree with all of those points. I would just have a couple of addendums. One, I want to always acknowledge that the artistic contribution of music in America has its origins primarily, and there's a lot of musical genres, but primarily its origins are in and shaped by the Black experience. And I don't want to take that away from hip hop, although a lot of people are involved in the Black experience that are not Black. It's still a part or a primary expression of the Black experience. Where in New York, it was different. And you had places like the Bronx where you would have Italians and Puerto Ricans and Blacks all chilling together in a melting pot. The way that they lived was the way folks in Detroit was living. There was an all Black situation. And in most of the country, it would be in an all Black situation. Impoverished whites around the country weren't accessing this music. It was the impoverished Blacks that this multicultural expression was really speaking to the most. And that really exploded during the golden era, where you even have the pro-Black rap era. But I also wanted to say that in postmodernism, there is a belief system. And I think that inherent in hip hop, folks say the four elements, but in latter times, we hear people like KRS-One talking about it's five, and the fifth element being spirit. So it did have a spirit or a belief system. It was born into one. It was born into a me-era, postmodern, post-Christian environment, where Christianity was on the way out. Although the televangelist things and the mega church thing was still growing, the amount of people who were willing to accept Christianity, that number was falling greatly. And hip hop, as a counterculture expression, it saw the culture that it was counter as a Christian culture, although that's incorrect. It's a Luciferian culture that uses Christianity as a disguise. However, for the culture of hip hop, there was a spirit of rebellion that was inherent within it. Rebellion, by definition, is going against not only necessarily the powers that be or things that need to be tested, but even going against the right things, trying some drug. Teenager, the time of being a teen is a big time of rebellion. Whenever rebellion has its positive connotations, but most of its connotations are negative, or at least there's ambiguity always implied in rebellion.
Absolutely.
Because there's going to be death. There's going to be something that's not going to go right in going against things. So, you know, the time that this culture was born into, it was a time that was postmodern, but it was hyper secular, and its tenets was New Age. You look at Africa Bambaataa and the Soul Sonic Force, and they dress like spacemen, and they're talking about things, you know, universal this and universal that, and the ideas that you often hear today in New Age. So this idea of just kind of doing your thing and having fun, again, there's always two sides to a sword. And during the death of something, it's customary when you eulogize to talk about the good side. But, you know, I've been thinking about the bad side, and I've been thinking about the problems. And, you know, the fact that it was born in rebellion without a guiding spirit, the fact that it was born with a lack of eldership, unlike the other musical cultures, because you can say that jazz has a musical culture. You know, R&B may not have a musical culture. Some may argue that it does. Rock and roll once had a musical culture. Jazz still has kind of kept its musical culture.
Yes.
And but I also want to touch on how you stated that, and I'm in 100% agreement. And it brought me to this: hip hop proper, as you say, with all 4 elements or 5, it died in its stone age. It didn't even make it to the golden era.
Yes.
The golden era was populated by the rap aspect, one, and DJing, because DJ, you know, every good MC had a dope DJ, but he was in the back now. So you had these 2 elements basically surviving. And maybe you could say the graffiti, you know, which may have translated into other art forms, like certain characters that you see drawn today, like the Boondock style of drawing. It's anime, but it's anime graffiti. It's hip hop inspired, you know. So the art part, it morphed. The different parts of it morphed, but the only part that seemed to thrive, or at least appeared to thrive, was the one aspect, which was the MC, the rapping aspect of it. And that's interesting. So we can say the Stone Age would be the time when it died, when it was what it was, all 4 elements, you know, even the 5 elements, this rebellion, counterculture, it died. And then the Bronze Age came with the yes, yes, y'all, and the singular MC begins with Melly Mel and the Message. We call it the Bronze Age. And then we know what the Golden Age or the Golden Era was. That's when a lot of us once thought that it had reached its highest peak. Its messaging was at its highest peak. You have Public Enemy, you have X-Clan, you have Boogie Down Productions, which at the time, KRS-One was not as hypocritical as he is today, although he did make a song called 13 and Good that some people put in the Golden Era, but I don't put that album there. I say By Any Means Necessary is Golden Era, and Criminal Minded is Golden Era. Ghetto Music, maybe. A lot of people didn't like ghetto music so much, but it did fall during that time period. So you had the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, and the Golden Age, and it died in the Stone Age. It actually died. The 4 element iteration of hip hop died.
The family was broken up.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, the family was broken up, and my thesis to this is, or at least I guess the conclusion to the thesis is, hip hop is, from that point, was like a feral child that had to grow up on its own, and it turned into a monster, and that's what we're dealing with now. Not to say elements of hip hop don't still exist. Not to say there's not some like retrofitted example of hip hop still today that people are doing all over the United States and the world, but it's like a retrofit It's not the. It's not like it's like it's like a retrospection, right? It's like people that are making rockabilly music today. You know, it's like making old style of music through just something you love or you respect it. It's like as it was, hip hop proper is dead. It's been dead. Now those that consider themselves part of it, that might be, you know, making music that you know is presenting it as such. It's just, I don't think that's the case. I look at hip hop as a process. It's a process that has developed over time, and this real proper element, or should I say, this real proper expression of it had died, like you said, in the Stone Age. It had passed very, very quickly. That's why when I think of hip hop, I'm not talking about stuff people have heard over the past 20 years. Hip hop to me is what was going on in the late 70s, in the very early 80s. I'm talking about pre 84. That's hip hop to me. Right now, I'm not saying what Tribe Called Quest was doing is not hip hop, but it's a different. It's like it's a process. It's a spectrum. It's on a different part of the spectrum, right? And I know it's not clean, and I don't think it's ever going to be clean. Evolution. There we go.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But if what died in the Stone Age in the Bronx, if it had lived and been allowed to grow, I think that's what made the golden era the golden era. Is people saw perhaps, young guys who were raised in New York and who saw this happen. These were some smart guys to be so young, if you go by some of the ways they were able to present lyrically at that time. So perhaps they had an understanding. People talk, and they had their uncles and their dads and their older brothers to tell them, and their cousins to tell them about what had happened. And I believe that that by 88, 89, when you have these masterful albums, Slick Rick, Great Adventures, Paid in Full, and then Follow the Leader, and It's a Big Daddy Thing, all these classic albums come out, and they are exhibiting a knowledge of those four elements, or a mastery, if you will, of the rap element and of the DJing element, and taking the beat element to a whole nother level, because now they're incorporating everything that they've learned before. They now have the sampler. Okay. They're now digging in the crates. They're doing creative things. By digging in the crates, they're going outside of the disco sound and what break beats used to be. They're still incorporating break beats, primarily the drums. Golden Era was full of breakbeat drums, but they were looking for different loops and different bass lines, things that were different. And this is what made the Golden Era golden, was that it had the spirit. If hip hop had a positive spirit, it was definitely the spirit of ingenuity and creativity. And I will say that as a person that loves music, I'm just trying to be critical of my friend and not eulogize them in a way that's disingenuous, because I did love it. I love this thing. I thought I did it at a very high level. The studio that I worked at, if you look it up right now, you look up Michigan's only hip hop historical landmark. And that's the studio I came up in a house. But this was something I thought about every day of my life. So for me to, every day since I've known it, since I met it, we're the same age, but maybe I met it when I was about 8 or 9. So I've been thinking about this thing every day. I used to think about it to try to be a part of it, and so to see it go through what it went through and to see it where it is today, it saddens me. I have a friend that I won't name, but I don't want to be like them. Well, all they want to listen to is MC Light and Public Enemy.
The romantic.
If that's what I have to do, like that don't feel right to me. Like I don't feel right not knowing what was happening with Kendrick and Drake. Like I didn't feel right, because again, these was my peers. This was my community. People who thought a certain way, picked up the mic and started rhyming. There was a time when you could look at somebody at the store or at the mall and you knew they was into hip hop because you were so different in your dress. The way you carried yourself was just so very different that it spoke to other people who carried themselves like that. And I think that there's still an aspect of that alive in it today. And when people get excited about Kendrick and stuff like that, I think that, again, it's because of being traumatized from so many years of not having what it was supposed to be manifest, that we keep looking for somebody that's going to manifest it. And sometimes we'll settle, or we'll make heroes out of folks when, nobody's a hero, in corporate America. Because corporate interests always have to precede the art at the end of the day when you're dealing with that entity. So, it's a shame to me that the art form ever, like, unlike jazz, which is sold as a commodity, that it ever lost its communal understanding. I hate the fact that hip hop got to a point to where we don't have a consensus on things like jazz do. And we should. There's some things that's definitive. We can say who the best transforming DJs were. DJ Jazzy Jeff should be in that conversation. We can say who the best beat choppers were. Dilla would be in the conversation. Mad Villain. So, we understand art is subjective, but there's also an amount of policing that has to go along with any art if it's to survive and be protected from the vultures that are trying to pick it clean and sell every piece that they can. And that's what hip hop has lacked. That usually comes from the eldership, which in rock, you listen to what Steven Tyler or Mick Jagger have to say if he get on the mic. In jazz, you listen to what a Quincy Jones or Herbie Hancock have to say if they get on the mic and start talking about jazz, or Ron Carter get on the mic and start talking about playing the bass. But with hip hop, because I think, I understand how the powers that be caused a hyper generation gap. With hip hop, there's no eldership, therefore no policing of the art, no, not controlling of the message, but no edification in the message anymore, no advancement of the message, because you don't even pay attention to the message before you. And it's so self-centered now, where it was a community thing. Even in Melly Mel's example of the message, it was a community feeling. I didn't live in the Bronx, but I saw broken glass everywhere. Okay. And I related. And it's left the realm of relativity even now, where the rappers are talking about clothes the average person can't buy. Poor kids certainly can't buy, which then motivates the poor kids to do whatever they have to do to try to get those clothes. When I remember it was an anti-fashion thing. No Calvin Klein, no friend of mine, don't want nobody name on my behind. And now it changed. Versace. I mean, that's like so I don't know. It's a sad situation.
I have to say, this is one of the most original ideas I've ever heard regarding this whole kind of convo on hip hop. What is hip hop? Is it dead? Is it not? This idea that you've brought forward when we had the conversation, and it's just, wow, it's deep. This idea of jazz. I was blown away when I first heard you say this, because it made so many things in my head start to click. It's like, this is the missing piece here. And you've given me clear vision, but also a way to kind of communicate what is wrong with hip hop. And I'm sure there's more aspects to it, but I think that it's just so powerful and poignant. This idea of eldership, this idea of retrospection, this idea of policing a culture, not just in a moral sense, but really in an allegiance to a style, an allegiance to decorum, right? An
The
elite
purity of the art.
purity of the art, and this idea of jazz that
Yes.
is a very, very old art form, and and to this very day, it's where it's always been. Now, sure, there's extensions of it, right? There's a lot of different types of jazz. There's like, jazzy drum and bass, but the point is, it still maintains this era of sophistication and respect. Now, this for me is what differentiates what we would call rap from hip hop. And this is why I believe what most people are talking about today is rap music, right? Rap music, I think, is what most people are referring to. Now, I will say this: I believe hip hop proper is
When you say
dead.
hip hop, right?
It's been dead, but it's not in the sense that it's not negative. I look at it as it was contextual. It was a historical era. It was a period in time that happened and left. And we could still appreciate aspects of that culture. We could still even practice aspects of that culture, like breakdancing and emceeing and DJing. We could still do those things. But hip hop proper, it's a time period. It's an experience as well, I'd say. Like, for people who were coming up in those days, that was before I was even born. I was born in 1980, and I'm very comfortable with admitting whatever I was experiencing and engaging with, culturally speaking, as far as hip hop is concerned. It isn't what was going on then, right? It's not. Now, I'm not saying it's not hip hop. That's a debate. It's messy. But what I am saying is that hip hop was an experience, right? It was a developmental process of youth cultural arts, right? It was a direct experience in a particular environment that was rooted in a certain historical period. I think all these, like the context of where people were at physically, where they were at mentally, what they had at their disposal as far as technologies, whether it be spray cans or boom boxes or microphones or old record players, old speakers, like all of these things created what we would call hip hop. And I think we're kind of like almost doing it how do I say this? It's almost disrespectful to claim what people are doing today is hip hop. Now, I do understand it has maintained itself in certain backpack cultures, and I look at it as we're just respecting something of old, and I think they're the ones that are actually maintaining this kind of retrospective look back and purity, like you would see with jazz, right? When we look at some of the backpack culture, and I don't really like that term, but that's what people tend to use regarding kind of more classic hip hop sounds and MCing and boom bap and all of that. I think they're the ones maintaining that classical hip hop kind of sound, as far as like sticking to the code of MCing and sampling certain things and using certain what they would call boom bap beats, and still incorporating aspects of dance and breaking and graph. Now, personally, I was never a writer, graph artist. I never really cared for it much. Honestly, I'd be really pissed off if someone started spray painting on my house, but I do understand it comes from a certain time, and I respect that or whatever. It is what it is. But I look at hip hop as an experience that people experienced and created at a point in time, but it's also a music genre today based on its like corporate kind of transition. It became a genre, an art form, right? And a corporate product that was introduced to an entire earth, right? Packaged and detached and passive, right? It kind of just became this, for people who say we're in Germany listening to hip hop, it's like they don't have an actual cultural attachment to it, but they still can appreciate the music, and it still can make them feel certain ways, right? So there is that part that's real. That's a genre. There's that. So we have to understand that. But then, I think we have to separate these things, because we have to have meaning in these words. When people say hip hop, I almost cringe, because it's like, I understand there's no real meaning in it when they use it. So my whole thing is like, if hip hop is to have an actual meaning, that originates in its development out of the inner city New York black brown youth culture. If that's what it is, we have to differentiate it from whatever it is we're listening to now. They both can't be hip hop, or it has no significant meaning, or, and I'm willing to accept this too, it's a type of evolutionary spectrum thing. I'm willing to accept that too. But I want to create some type of thing where we could say this is hip hop and this is not hip hop. Because clearly there is a rap, right? There is rap music. We can point that out pretty easily. When you think of, I mean, most artists, anything you hear today is rap music. Someone had mentioned an artist earlier in the chat. I can't remember. Oh, Bone Thugs and Harmony. That's rap music. That's not hip hop. I mean, I don't believe for a second that that's hip hop music. Bone Thugs and Harmony is rap music. So I just feel that way. Look at this. There's another thing I want to add to this quickly here. People, and I've heard this, people say, well, breaking started in Africa. Just to build my case here. Breaking started in Africa, and they'll show pictures of like really old black and white pictures of people doing these little moves that kind of look like breakdancing. Or they'll say rapping started in the 40s and 30s. They'll show guys kind of doing like a kind of poetry to music, kind of bobbing, and it sounds kind of like rapping. I get the comparison. But once we start saying stuff like that, it completely destroys the contextual meaning of the art form, right? It's like saying getting sturdy started in Greece, even though we might have evidence that people at some time in Greece were doing a move that looked like they were getting sturdy. Getting sturdy comes from a certain culture during a certain time, right? Within a certain population of young people, like they started that whole thing. Now, everything, dance in general is just, some expression we make with our body to rhythm, right? But I think if we're going to name it, if we're going to have an actual meaning, it has to be rooted in a period in time, right? So we can't say breakdancing started in Africa, because no, breakdancing isn't just dancing. It's not just movements that look a certain way. It's connected to a people, it's connected to a geographic location, it's connected to a historical period in time, and it's connected to particular types of technologies and social and economic processes. That's where it came out of. It didn't come out of anything but that dynamic, right? So I think we really have to be specific and particular about some of these things if we want to be making meaning in what we're saying.
People word that wrong when they say, like, capoeira. You can say without a doubt capoeira has influence in hip hop, or you can say certain things have influence. That's
influence,
okay.
Yeah, influence is okay.
Right. But to say something start like that, it's vague, and it does take away from and detract from those who specifically contributed to what we know it to be. And again, this is a secular issue in one respect, but everything has its physical side and its spiritual side. And we're going to get to the spiritual side. I don't want folks to think that we're just waxing poetically about hip hop, or
this is just history. It's just straight history.
Well, it's history, but it's also going to be history with an understanding, with a worldview that understands the supernatural reality of life.
Absolutely.
As well. And that music of all things, for people to want to ignore the supernatural aspect of music is idiocracy and idiocy, and we're not going to deal in that at all. But we do want to lay out a particular format that's logical first, and deal with the logic and the reason side of things first, and then we're going to go to the other side of the brain and tie it all in. It takes both sides of the brain to make it what it needs to be. And I just wanted to say to somebody said in the chat something about Will Smith, hip hop died when Will Smith started rapping, and that might have been a joke, but let me just say that Will Smith was not, again, Illuminati to the side. And yes, we use the word Illuminati like people use the word hip hop. They just throw a blanket. Okay. But secret society ties and fruitaciousness to the side. Will Smith was not a cancer as the Fresh Prince. As a matter of fact, he was actually kind of necessary to balance things off. Him, Kid and Play, Salt and Pepper, the stuff that wasn't so hard, the stuff that spoke to middle class kids, the kids that wasn't as street as the other kids. He spoke to them, and he did so without cussing and without a whole lot of vulgarity. And it really was, from a parent's perspective, it was acceptable stuff. But from a purist perspective, a lot to Jazzy Jeff credit, but also to Will's credit. Brand New Funk is fresh. Brand New Funk is certified golden era hip hop fresh. And that album that it's on is too. That's a golden era album. So let's not, put some respect on his hip hop name. Again, just speaking artistically speaking. Now talking about the secret societies that they're all dealing in. And we're going to get to that part. Just please be patient with us. We're going to tie all these things in because they all play a part in this. The material side of life or the physical realm side of things plays a part, and the spiritual realm side plays a part always.
Oh man, I just found out. Shout out to Bartholomew. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I got your. I guess your audio's lower than mine. I didn't know that, man. I'm sorry, guys. That sucks, man.
Oh, you know what? That might have been me because I've been voluming up and voluming down to keep from having sound when you're talking. So that could have been me.
Okay.
So my apologies.
Let's see.
My apologies. Hopefully folks can just turn that little part up right there. My bad.
Did you? Oh, you raised it?
Yeah. Yep.
Actually, I could see.
Yeah, I fixed it back to where it was.
I could see my levels are actually a little higher than yours. Let me see if I'm gonna put a gain on yours. Hold on 1 second here. Can I get a check? Give me a check.
1 2 1 2.
Okay, maybe that's too loud. Let me turn that down just maybe a few more here.
Yeah, well, I was right up on the mic just then, so.
Okay, yeah, because there's nothing worse than having like two people talking and one's lower than the other. That's really frustrating. So I appreciate that. Okay,
thank you, sir.
Some people are saying it's fine. Well, okay, I don't feel as bad then. If some people are saying it's fine, then at least it's not painful to listen to. Okay, Jay says we've been all good. Okay, well, if it's too loud now, let us know. But I think as far as my levels, they look even now. So, okay, I'm sorry about that, man. Okay.
No, that was my fault.
Yeah, it's because we've been listening to a lot of people's kind of perspectives on hip hop, and I know we're eventually going to get to kind of the role it plays in the black community as far as like how has it been detrimental. That's what really started our discussion.
As a weapon?
What's that?
Yeah. That's right.
As a weapon. Yeah, that's really what started our conversation.
Yeah.
But then we just went super deep and took it all the way to the esoteric, which is just more interesting to talk about. But we'll eventually get to that. That's what started this discussion. But I like where we're going with this. Now we kind of fleshed out aspects. Clearly, we didn't dig into it in any real depth, but I think we did get through kind of the proto period of 73 to 79, and now we're breaking into this kind of like MC era. How do you want to go about getting into this part? Because this is when we start to really flesh out the esoterics and the kind of the darker side of the industry. And again, I believe hip hop is not part of this. This is when rap music becomes the replacement, in my personal view. How would you see this?
Yeah, well they took the aspect of the speaker, the one who would deliver the message, and they amplified the speaker as the focal point of the group. Even in a group named Eric B. and Rakim, the speaker was the focal point. Even in a group, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, the speaker was the focal point. Run DMC and Jam Master Jay, well, Run and DMC names were first, but again, the speakers were the focal point. And probably the first, people will say Curtis Blow got the first big deal. And then Rakim got the first $1 million deal. And Melly Mel was, say, the first solo MC to have a real big hit in the message. So you have this line from, and of course we're skipping over a lot of great solo MCs, Kool Moe Dee and different ones, and Busy Bee and Grandmaster Caz and all the pioneers. But we're fast forwarding now to when the attention is being put on the rapper, which brings us to where we are today, where the rapper is the role model. He's replaced the father in a lot of kids' minds, lives, and families. And you know, as an educator and a mentor and a counselor, it's important for me to stay abreast of what this art form, for lack of a better word, that's all about speaking to young men, again, primarily, is saying, because the messaging shaped me, and I was directly impacted by this single MC era. It's what made me want to go. At first, I wanted to be a DJ. I remember that specifically. In the 4th grade, I was Jam Master Jay. And I wanted to be a DJ. I had my grandfather calling around he called the radio station to find out how do you scratch. And the DJ up there didn't even know. And he said that you had to get a scratch plate and you had to get it from Radio Shack or something. So, you know, but around the time of my melody, we can say this is when the hyper focus was on the MC. Yes, the message was the MC as the focus, Melly Mel. And again, you say, well, what's the big deal about the MC as the focus? Again, this is the devil's classic divide and conquer. Let me whisper in the ear of the one that might have the best look for the group, or the face of the group. The one the girls will scream for, the one whose ego is the most fragile, the one who needs the most ego feeding, the weak link, whatever, the one with the most talent. Let me talk to them. And I'm going to talk to them. You know, you really don't need these guys. You know, you can do this without these guys. You know, we can make you a star. And that's the proverbial apple in the garden. And this starts hip hop on the path of being not just corporately controlled, but completely Luciferian and demonic and weaponized.
Can I play a clip? I have a clip that will actually work perfectly with what you're saying to kind of set you up here, because you're getting at hip hop as a medium, right? And we could look at a medium in many ways, and we definitely in a spiritual sense, right?
Right.
Hip hop as a medium that carries a message, that influences, right?
Right.
I have some clips that I've prepared, and I'm gonna pull them out when I think it fits. And right now, I think this is a good clip for this. So check this out.
Okay.
Rap is a conquest of media. It's media hijacking. I call it media piracy,
hear that. Can you
which
guys
means
hear
that it's immense use of words. You're able to get a big text across to people. You know, especially since video, you can get visual images across with that text. Some of them could be related, maybe not related. And it could serve as some sort of information network of sorts that goes along with entertainment and fuel the mind as well as the body and the soul.
Okay, that probably sounded really weird. My thing was all my levels were super off there. But let me play this again. Did you hear that, bro? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I'm listening to it now.
Okay, here, I'm gonna play one more time.
Rap is a conquest of media. It's media hijacking. I call it media piracy, which means that it's immense use of words. You're able to get a big text across to people. You know, especially since video, you can get visual images across with that text. Some of them could be related, maybe not related. And it could serve as some sort of information network of sorts that goes along with entertainment and fuel the mind as well as the body and the soul.
Fuel the mind as well as the body and soul, a medium for information, right? I thought this clip was really important because I think this is exactly what describes the power of the art form, especially when you connect the celebritism, or like famous person with it, put the money behind it. You got the power that he said video. So with that, we think of MTV. The power of the television that's broadcasted to millions of people. So it presents this power, this figure, this star. And then the words, the messages of the star become a lot more important, right? And influence kids and young people all over the earth.
Right. I remember they used to say that hip hop was the ghetto CNN, and I I remember Chuck D from Public Enemy. That's who that was. For folks who don't know, one of the most important albums in the genre is "It Takes a Nation of Millions." It takes a nation of millions to hold us back. That album was life changing for me. Believe it or not, it brought a lot of books to my attention and a lot of things to my attention. But what he was saying about media is interesting because, yes, we talked about how it was once a voice for the voiceless, and then it became the voice for corporate America. Today, it's definitely the voice of the Luciferian elite. And that happened in stages. And I think that we were so happy at that time, when Chuck is talking, we were so happy to have a prominent space, this genre that a lot of talk shows were talking about, and Donahue and them was always asking, hip hop, is it a fad? Is it going to last? And there was this, we told you so, that folks felt, that pride that puffed up and made folks, I think, drop their guard. We was way too happy to get the spotlight on something that probably should have stayed a bit in the shade. This is how I think jazz survived, or how the integrity of jazz survives. And again, we're talking about secular genres. We're not talking about the perfection of that, but relatively speaking, musically speaking, it's kept a level of integrity because of staying in the shadows a bit. And there were stars of jazz, but when a Kenny G comes out, the others in the jazz world protest. And they point out, hey, okay, this is a contemporary, watered down version of what we really do. And you should understand that if you choose to consume this. Hip hop was doing this for a moment. I remember we was doing this. Folks today, if you go to YouTube now, you see a million videos with voices from 11 labs, computer voices, and clips thrown together, talking about how gangster MC Hammer was. At the time, we didn't know that. We didn't like MC Hammer, which is why he got dissed in a number of songs. Gas Face, Third Base, Tribe Called Quest, what you say, Hammer? Proper. Or Rap Is Not Pop. If you call it that, then stop. Check the Rhyme by A Tribe Called Quest. Mm-hmm. And again, like I said earlier, they were considered like the purest standard. And so when they said it, it was like official. Yes, it's official. MC Hammer. And again, I'm in Detroit. I'm going to the clubs. MC Hammer is ringing off. Check the Rhyme wasn't. So I had this love-hate thing where the purist in me was like, no, that's not real hip-hop. But the brother from Detroit in me was like, yeah, but it'd be jamming. Hammer be going, though. Don't he be gigging? But what A Tribe Called Quest was protesting against is similar to what Kendrick is or appears to be protesting against and a lot of others in Drake. Was like Hammer, Drake represented like the corporate takeover of the thing. And he also represented like a watered down version of, I know a lot of people really think Drake can flow. I never thought that. I've never thought it. I don't think it now. I just can. Again, that's neither here nor there. But what he represents the same thing that a hammer represents to a purist. He represents the degradation of the art form and the dumbing it down to sell it to my sister, you know, or to dumb it down so my mama will buy it. And that's what kills an art form. Because now, especially an art form that's born not just of the black and brown experience, but of the youth experience, you know. So the drawing out of the one man as the star, we can say that Rakim is probably Melly Mel was the first with a big hit. Rakim, we can say, is the prototype because Rakim made a lot of I want to be like Rakim's. And so he kind of set the bar to where I'm not looking to be in a group. I want to be like Rakim or Big Daddy Kane or Cool G Rap, where this single guy who is applauded for his lyrical dexterity and for his verbal dexterity and his ability to write cold rhymes and metaphors. And this is a building up of the pride. It's which the pride thing was always there when the MCs battled or when they did their version of the Jamaican Sound Clash and the DJs battled. There was always a plan of the dozens or I'm better than you or I'm fresher than you type of thing. But the pride now was on swole because whereas those guys would have those battles and then go back home to the same conditions, now you got some guys making some money by saying that I'm the best. So the motivation now for being the best, again, a self-centered thing. I'm the best. I'm the nicest at putting words together, which the double-edged sword is partly born from young men who are constantly reminded that they don't speak properly or they don't have a proper grasp of the language. They're getting low grades in spelling. Again, just like there was a lack of funding to the music programs, which helped to birth the DJ method of quick mix. There was also this there was a lack of ability for self-expression or for me to make myself feel like something in somebody. And so here is the chance to be an MC. Now, I think Biggie had a line, something to the effect of, the only way you get out the hood is if you got a mean jump shot or you can rap. And this began to be a lot of people's focal point now. You're not trying to join a group. You're not trying to be a part of a communal artistic effort. You might go network, but you're really trying to be a star.
Great point.
And, that's a focus on self and not a focus necessarily on building a community or maintaining a community, but a focus on getting rich. I can get rich now, like Rakim, who they got the first $1 million deal. The album is called Paid in Full. It's covered in cash money. So the mess, I remember like in New York, I would see pictures of New York and the subway train graffiti, and I would think it looked so fresh and artistic and creative. And here in Detroit, the graffiti would be very simple: get money, get paid, dollar signs. Like this was like the primary graffiti. So I write get paid. They write their name and get paid with dollar signs. So like the focus was shifting from even doing it for the art's sake or for the sake of being the best at the art. The focus was now shifting from, it went from Rakim's, let me be like Rakim, he's the best at the art. He got $1 million for being the best at the art, to by the time we got Hammer, it's now, let me make a hit song. Because Hammer got all this money from making hit songs. It's not about being the best. I don't have to be the best. The song can be called Booty Cheeks. It doesn't matter. It's, will it hit? I have to figure out, I have to think outside of my own thinking. It's not so much about writing my experience or the experience of my community anymore. Let me think up something that'll make a hit. Might not have nothing to do with the experience of my community per se, or my own personal experience, but this is just a good idea that'll make a hit song. And this is where, in my opinion, the single MC thing and corporate America and the devil all mixed up together and gave birth to the modern iteration of the MC, which, you know, the MC that was applauded for skill is no longer, there's a little space for that. And, you know, Kendrick has that accolade now, but prior to him having that accolade, which you can say he earned by toppling the guy that represents the opposite, but prior to that happening, there was no representation of that, not on a major scale. You know, there were a lot of people said, well, so-and-so real nice with the lyrics. So-and-so is real nice with the lyrics. But nobody was getting a lot of record sales because they was a dope lyricist. Nobody was getting great big $1 million contracts because they was dope lyricists. That time is also dead. We can say that that's dead. So that part of the patient's body has also died.
Absolutely. That's the hard part about that golden era, which is usually seen as the greatest time in hip hop. And in some ways it surely was, but it does have this thing to it here, this idea of, well, this is when the ego really took over. The DJ was pushed out into obscurity. The MC was in a sense isolated, and it really created this new let's say this new goal in life for young people that wanted to kind of like be in this position. So then we get into this whole negative aspect of the culture, and then if we go further, as we get into the chronic, we get the mixture of that individual, you know, center stage role model that's now mixing in all types of really pathological behaviors like drug use, et cetera. At least in the golden era, it was a little more innocent, right, as far as the content, and sure, it was ego based and a lot of bravado, but it was still this emceeing, and there was a lot of other stuff too, like Tribe Called Quest. You know, there was the Afrocentric movement. There are a lot of different aspects of the art going on that were giving people nuance and diversity. That's completely disappeared. And if you want to find nuance and diversity, you got to go into like some deep underground place where hip hop still exists in different degrees. But it's unfortunate to have to be, I guess, honest about that. You know, even though that was the golden era, it was when things started to really break away from the meaning of the art form, the community aspect of it, the familial kind of connections, and this idea of I'm going to get mine. You know, that is unfortunate to have to deal with there. And then what we get into, that was pretty much up until about 91, and then everything just went left. Now, sure, there still was, even, I mean, think about it, man. There was a lot of really cool hip hop movements in the 90s, but they were just a lot more underground. And that's why I believe hip hop, if it's still, you know, doing anything, it's deep underground, and everything else are just
right. You know,
different forms of pop and rap.
Yeah, there's always the fringe, but you know, now the main thing is the fringe.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the problem lies. And yeah, groups and crews, to King Sir the Boss's point, he says groups and crews just kind of morphed into cliques like Dipset, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah.
But still, the idea of drawing out one star, who's the star of Dipset? Cameron. Still, the idea of drawing out one particular star was a thing. Method Man, drawn out of Wu-Tang Clan. So that was still a thing, because that's just corporate America 101. It's easier to pay one dude, and Luciferianism 101. It's easier to pay and control one dude, and it's easier to turn one man into an idol than a whole group. And that's what we get into now, right, Days? The one man as God, the idol. The MC is the idol.
Yes, absolutely. I have a couple clips here I want to play before we get deep into that. I actually, since we're going here, I have a clip from Redman speaking on the New Age, and I think his response is pretty interesting. Now, I will say this: I don't think he's being honest. I think he's playing it safe. I think he knows he's being watched by a lot of people, and this is the internet age, so whatever you say can and will be used against you. So I don't know if he's being honest here, but it's a pretty interesting response, and it's not. I don't think it's a good one, and I think it speaks to. Actually, let me just play this, and I want to see what you think about this. Okay, let me play this here.
As an actual real MC, how do you feel about the state of hip hop now? Just asking, as you are really good at it. Just want to know.
At the end of the day, it's still providing.
Okay.
It's still providing an average person off the street, especially of our culture, to come in this business and feed their family. Yeah. Okay. At the end of the day.
Totally agree.
So hip hop in general, the fabric, the mechanism of hip hop is still going. It's still supplying jobs.
Got you.
What's going on in it, far as the character of hip hop, far as the artists? I mean, you have some good ones, you have some dope ones, just like in our era. A lot of people, our era was banging. Like our era was a pivotal era.
I was about to say,
bro. Our era was a pivotal era. But at the end of the day, there were people saying, well, who are these guys that's coming in smoking blunts with Timberland boots and they pants hanging off their ass? We got talked about as well. Yeah. But the thing is that we showed up and showed out. It turned more into a business at the end of the day, and it's definitely generating more money than it did in our era.
Of course.
So I leave it as though, like, I let the young artists do their thing, let them figure it out. You can only make a change if you're in the game. You can't be sitting on the sidelines complaining about music, complaining about the state of hip hop, and you ain't dropping no music, or you ain't dropping anything to pull the fans to your view and say, wow, okay, he's doing some music. Because I always believe of action. I believe I will teach you through action, not just sitting around talking and comparing and shitting on the new era. I think the new era is doing their thing. They generating money. They having fun. They doing what we did. But you got to look at it this way too. It's a pro and a con to that. Like, a lot of people think, well, the new era, they complaining, but then again, it's leaving us room to still have shows and get work, because a lot of people are tired of the music, so they like, let me tap back in and
that's a good thing.
These 90s artists back on shows,
which is beautiful,
and it's been heavy. It's been fantastic.
Okay, now I want to hear what you have to say about that. His last point, I totally agree with, but I want to hear your response to his point on how he thinks the new age is. What do you think about that, man? Did you get to hear it? I know you're on a delay, so. Hold on a second. All right. You like it? Okay, there you are.
You was breaking up there. Could you? Yeah, you were breaking up. Could you just repeat?
Oh, I was saying that.
Which part you wanted me to speak on?
Yeah, his last point I thought was, I agree. The good thing about a lot of what's coming out right now being so garbage is that people want to look back, and they want to get in touch with, some higher quality or more hip hop type of music. And especially it's given the older generation's work. I agree totally with that. But his response to, what do you think about the current state of hip hop? And his response to that, I thought, spoke directly to what you were actually just saying about how hip hop just turned into, people trying to, come up and make money. And that was pretty much his response. People are able to put food on their table, but at the same time, I'm like, but what if this message is toxic? It just reminds me of like, hey, I'm selling crack in my own neighborhood, but at least I'm putting food on my table. What do you think, man?
Lord have mercy. That's a good analogy, actually. LL has been on a press run, and LL is one of the prototype superstar MCs. He was a much bigger superstar MC than Rakim ever was, but again, Rakim was that prototype for lyricists. LL transcended a lot of parts of this hip hop thing. He made the money. He also made the hard, rough cuts. He proved himself lyrically. He beat other MCs in battle. And I heard him saying in one of these that, this genre should be celebrated. It made a lot of millionaires. And that's when I began to think to myself, but how many people did it send to the crazy house, to the grave, to the prison, and to the poorhouse? Can we do the numbers on that? What do those numbers look like? How many people are dead because they were influenced to do something that hip hop influenced them to do? Some people say, some people don't want to give hip hop any culpability whatsoever. I'm not on that side. Some people want to blame everything on hip hop. I'm not on that side. The onus is on you. It's still on you, the choices that you make. It's folks that don't listen to no hip hop at all, do a lot of goofy goober things. Okay. And I will say this also. If you listen to any genre of music on planet Earth, it's subject to be tainted. So whatever you listen to, you have to listen to with discernment. You should not let things into your ear gates or into your subconscious mind that are negative and think that it's not going to have a negative effect on you, because that's just how the brain brains. The subconscious mind remembers those messages. It plays them back to you throughout your life experience. You will remember those things. If you think something enough, they say you'll say it. If you say something enough, they say you'll do it. Kids walking around repeating the line because it sounded fresh when so-and-so said this. But if you think about what they said, like all of the suicidal and homicidal things that are said in hip hop, all of the blasphemous things that are said for shock value. When I was 12, I went to hell for snuffing Jesus. Like, I didn't think that was fresh.
Can I play you a clip? Can I play you a clip that goes right with what you're saying here? Hold up, check this out.
Yes, sir.
And opposed to the negative lyrics in some rap music, because those lyrics are demeaning to human beings generally, especially to women. They're homophobic, they're sexist, they're racist, and they engender violence. If not engender it, they at least exacerbate it. All of this really is non-redemptive. It's not helpful. It's no social commentary whatsoever.
I thought that was a pretty powerful point he was making, and it pretty much was saying exactly what you were just saying. This isn't helpful. This is no social commentary. This is nothing we need to hear. This isn't productive for our people, etc.
Yeah, and not knowing, like young people don't know when people that's older than them trying to tell them something. Not knowing, I saw people like him, C. Dolores Tucker, which again, she probably didn't have good intentions, but who knows? C. Dolores Tucker, Tipper Gore, all of these folks, I saw them as trying to hold us back and stifle our expression.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. And I don't believe that government agents do anything for the good of humanity. Let me say that. So it's always overplay for the underlay. They let anything go as long as they can monetize it and figure out how to thrive through their Luciferian agenda through whatever it is that's going on. They'll let it go if they can thrive through that thing and use it for their advantage. But I think that they had to get a control of it first. And they did. They got a control of it. They gave out the money. Guys signed the contract, free will. The devil is an equal opportunity destroyer.
Quickly here, I want to respond to Valar. Good to see you, sis. She has a great question, and I actually have a clip to answer that. So I got one more clip here. She asked, what exactly is the hip-hop message? Now, I think the message that we covered earlier with Melly Mel, I think is a good example of what that could possibly be, or at least what it was meant to be. But this clip will probably add a little context to that. And again, I believe this message is dead at this point. The context in which we live, no longer calls for this message. At least it calls for it, but it no longer can really address this message because we're completely at odds. We're distracted. We're totally debased. There's no semblance of community at all in any real sense. So though this message still means something, it's not necessarily realistic in this context that we're in now. But at one point, the context was perfect, and that's how hip hop was born. But check this out.
I think KRS-One, by all means necessary, was a very significant record in a lot of ways. It's one of the first times that Malcolm X imagery became a very big symbol in Black America. It's a direct correlation because the image of him with the automatic weapon that's on the cover of that KRS-One album is a mock-up or an approximation of a famous photograph that was in the New York Times of Malcolm X after his house had been bombed in Queens. And the Uzi was the gun to have. It was the first designer gun, if you will. And 7, 8 years later, whatever many years later it is now, the gun as a fashion accessory is a big part of rap culture, a big part of American street culture.
Well, what happened is that America looked back for someone from the 30s or 40s. They were actually looking for someone like John Wayne, but John Wayne was no longer available, and so they had to settle for Ronald the Reagan. And it has given us all the feeling that we are somehow being cast as supporting or non-supporting characters in a B-movie.
The time that Gil Scott-Heron came around, he was, it was a revolutionary kind of concept that a person could speak about really volatile political issues in the context of what had traditionally been thought of as romantic form of poet or the troubadour. He said some really heavy things using a very sort of soft, subtle undercurrent medium.
Symbols of democracy are pinned against the coast. Outhouse of bureaucracy surrounded by a moat. Citizens of poverty are barely out of sight. The overlords escape near evening, the brothers on the night. Morning come and bring the tourists straining rubbernecks. Perhaps a glimpse of the cowboy making the world a new respect.
There was a tradition of oral passing on of knowledge. There was another language of drums which had the same impact as the spoken word did to a people. And I think that with rap, I think that's what gives it the weight and power that it has, because on first listening, unless you're really, I suppose, of the people, you may not necessarily understand what's being said, but there's some heavy shit going down.
This is a journey.
Now, that is really what the original message of hip hop was, directly inspired by Gil Scott-Heron, a poet and I guess somewhat of a philosopher. So really that was the original message. It was a political message. It was a social message based on a time period and a group of people. Now it turned into something else, and that's why that first clip referring to KRS-One introducing the concept of violence, but still kind of building off Black liberation with the influence of Malcolm X. But ultimately, the original message was a social and political message. And, not to mention, of course, other elements included having fun, just partying, having a good time. So you had a mixture of fun, having a good time, but then you also had a heavy political message. And it was both of these things at once that really encapsulated what hip hop proper actually was. So I hope that that clip helped there a little bit. What do you say about that, bro, Theo?
Well, once the art form got mature enough to have a message, because like a person, in keeping in theme of how we've been talking tonight, at one point in time, it was just a kid who wanted to play. And around the time of getting up in its teens, it started to develop this sense of the socio-political landscape around it and what it meant and how it was juxtaposed against that landscape and its value to the world. And that message was a direct extension of the last poet's message, of Gil Scott's message, of the message of the Black revolutionaries, which is what made the MC a dangerous and important thing to have to control.
Yes.
Especially when we get up into the golden era, when, as I've said before, I believe that the sampling was at its highest level. The DJing was at its highest level. DJ Scratch, DJ Miz, of course, Premiering Guru. But the messaging, the emceeing was at its highest level. You had Pharaoh Monch and Organized Confusion. You had Large Professor, cold on the beats, but lyrically mature and advanced. Cool G Rap doing lyrical verbal gymnastics. Big Daddy Kane with the suave delivery and the verbs and the nouns and the metaphors. Rakim with just a serious taking you to another world with the lyrics. And you had this high level of lyricism now married with the perfection of a message. They were beginning to perfect a message. They were going, this is when you get the pro-Black rap era. So if we're to say what the message was what any musical message is, an outcry to the world of how I feel. And that's something that was missing in a particular demographic. The ability to express how we feel about all of this that's going on. And now I can express it. I'm a master. I can call myself a master, and let me say that to the point of the video real quick, that when I saw KRS-One holding the Uzi up against the wall, I didn't take that as a gangster thing. And again, that album, the flagship song of that album was My Philosophy,
yes,
where he talked against these things. It was kind of a let the party die type of song. My Philosophy was definitely a let the party die for that time period, where he talked about, like all of my brothers eat chicken and watermelon, talk broken English and drug selling. See what I'm telling? I'm teaching real facts. The way some act in rap is kind of whack, and it lacks creativity and intelligence, but they don't care because the company's selling it. So we understood that this is a rebellion, and rebellions take weapons. And so I think bro kind of missed out on that part. I didn't look at it, it was sweet. I thought it was sweet because Uzi was sweet back then, but I didn't take it as a thing. Oh, I need to go get a gun and shoot somebody.
No,
that thought didn't start to happen until gangster rap.
I agree with you, and I don't know if he was saying that exactly, because I agree with you 100%. I think what he might have been saying was that this symbol started off as a type of revolutionary view of action,
and then it became like wardrobe.
Yes, right. Definitely like a phenomenon.
Right, but I just want to clarify that for anybody who was listening and who might have got that impression. Oh, KRS-One standing there with a gun, for folks who may not have understood what was on the album. The album was one of your first knowledge rap albums, and to the point of the question about the message that Sister Villar asked, today the messaging is all bad. but we can say that there was a time when it was a mixed message, but within that messaging, you know, what I drew from was this golden era that I was in high school at the time when it was out. And my favorite thing was knowledge rap. My favorite thing was conscious rap. When they start talking about Black history, or when they start talking about, you know, mastery of the language and not using broken English, these were things that helped to shape me to become who I am, to ask the questions that I asked. So whatever it was doing that might not have looked so great to the status quo, they saw it as dangerous. And you have to think that if the status quo thinks something is dangerous, maybe there's some good in it. With all of the criticism that we've done about my old friend tonight, we can't deny that it had a positive impact. There was a whole time period. If education is positive, and again, we're talking about things on a secular level. We can say vanity of vanities, and it's all bad. It's all secular. But if we're going to discuss it, let's discuss it. There was a time period when Bill Cosby, who I know he's been turned to Pill Cosby now in your mind, but I remember the other Bill Cosby, okay? Bill Cosby was responsible for putting 2 shows on TV that helped to reshape the image that a lot of folks had of you can only be ignorant and you can only talk a certain way and with your pants hanging off your butt and blah, blah, blah. And pushing the idea of going to college. We can say, oh, that's boule. We get it. We understand. But again, what you gonna roll the dice on? Sending your kids to higher education or not? Okay. If you don't have a business for them or you don't have a way for them into business, that's not an irresponsible take for a parent to have. Okay. But a lot of parents and kids didn't even see that as an option. For the kids who wanted the option of being able to deal with higher learning, for the kids who were once teased because you was the smartest kid in class, things shifted. It shifted for me. I'm telling you what I know. It shifted to where being smart, speaking well, being able to write, mastering the words of the language that you speak was a thing, as opposed to being mush mouth and mumble rapping, which I see that as like a direct degradation and a purposeful one at that. This is a language of communication. A message has to be communicated, whatever that message is going to be. If you can muddy their ability to even communicate clearly, then muddying the message is going to be all the more easy.
I agree. And I think especially when you're considering like this current mumble rap in this era that we've named the Migo era, say post 2000, I think we got 2015 is when the Migo era started. During this era, not only do we have this like just very exaggerated version of the ego MC, but we also have this new edition of like fiend culture where it's now promoted to be strung out on drugs. I think Future really had a lot to do with that, even though he's just kind of building off of what happened via DJ Screw. It's just beyond words at this point. I mean, back in the day, though, lean and all of that was a culture. It was really regional. It was like a Houston thing, a South thing. It sprinkled out to the Midwest, of course, but I mean, it wasn't a thing like that, like in any grand scale. And now it's like a Nike commercial. You know what I'm saying? Like the way they promote this stuff. So I think that might play a role too. Just the generations in general are on all of these drugs, and being on all of these drugs have been normalized. So what happens is, I think like kids that start making music are doing drugs, not to mention it's even cool. It's fashionable. We've talked about this in the past, the whole double cup thing, and how like it's a part of your garment. It's like an accessory to the look, right? It's really unfortunate, man. But really, I mean, this has been building for a long time, and I don't want to go too far ahead and get into more current times. I want to kind of go back to what you were saying about like this era of this golden era into the early 90s where it was more knowledge rap and the importance of that. It's interesting how there was still a lot of diversity, and we were talking about this. We were building these eras, they overlap, right? So it's like, though we had some of the greatest knowledge rap, say between 90, 89, 88 to 91, there was also a lot of growth in the gang culture. There was a massive crime wave during this period. There was, I believe 90, 91, 92 was like the height of crime, like, and murder. So it's just so strange to see how there's this stark kind of polarization between these two things. And then we have to consider this, that also assisted in kind of turning hip hop into something more negative was the crack era, which we didn't even touch on at all yet. So if we think about what, 84, 85, actually I think 85, 86 when it really started popping off, right? And that was very debilitating too.
Well, you're bringing something to my remembrance now. You know, and you know, this could be a reason for the powers that be to have to suppress this little fledgling art form. This is as good a reason as any. You said the crack era. Man, by the golden era, they had lost any chance of getting people my age at the time, teenagers, to use crack.
Yes, good.
Night of the Living Basshead, MC Light made Cappuccino, leave them drugs alone. Crack was whack. And this was, again, if there's a conspiracy, this was not a good thing from the powers that be point of view. Now you add to that the imperfect but much better messaging of knowledge rap. It's imperfect because in that they taught us a lot about things that don't bring us to salvation, but they brought us from out of ignorance into education, and from education you go to elevation, the spiritual understanding. Before we could get to the elevation of real spiritual understanding, because education, even the education of what the 5% nation was teaching us, would have eventually brought some of us to understand. Somebody would have come to the conclusion and understanding that, hey, this is Freemasonic, and then and from there, who knows? Truther rap may have started. Okay. But once you get to the point of like songs like a self-destruction, to the powers that be, to see this happening, the Luciferian agendas unraveling before your very eyes, and who's behind it? These little ghetto kids. So there's no coincidence that around the time hip hop would have graduated, if it was born in 73, 91, things ended. I remember X-Clan 1990, the tribal era. So X-Clan peaked 1990. By 1991, X-Clan is as powerful as they're going to be and on the decline. And we have Niggas for Life by NWA. NWA's second album comes out. And again, you know, I hate to sound like Common on He Used to Love Her, but you know, a whole lot of this stuff, Dr. Dre got his hands, you know, he's making your coast look real bad on the suspect list here, because here's another time when we can point to a time when Dr. Dre, it looks like Dr. Dre was the catalyst to shift the focus and the attention sonically from this knowledge rap and from this pro-black rap and this radical rap and this anti-government rap that was building in the golden era peak of messaging, the golden era peak of DJing, the golden era peak of lyricism. It's a peak. It's coming to a peak. We didn't know it was coming to a peak. It was going to continue to go somewhere. And the powers that be knew eventually they're going to be rapping about Illuminati, got my mind, soul, and my body. But before it could get there organically and be able to do that naturally, we had to have Dr. Dre and crew pull it back, hold this thing back. They put up a dam that was very profane. And they used the profanity and the vulgarity and the violence. Man, that album, that's one of the most debased albums of all time. Not spinning it backwards, not using the songwriter's secret, just listening to the lyrics, one less, and all them. Those are some terrible songs on there. Rape and killing and everything is on there. And then we have the DOC saying in the press that Eazy-E, was going to the meetings. I mean, it's not popular. It's not easy to find, but I read it with my own two eyes.
And Eazy-E wasn't even a rapper. I mean, there's plenty of documentation on this. He didn't even want to rap. He was paid to rap. He was designed. He didn't want nothing to do with it. He was like Crisscross. He was like the first Crisscross. They found him somewhere and created him.
Well, he was the guy with the money backing up their group, and he was the guy with the street cred, and so, and the personality. And Dre took a chance and had him come in the booth and say some rhymes that Ice Cube wrote, and the rest was history. But a person listening to Eazy-E rap could tell Eazy-E wasn't no rapper. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he sounds like he's reading. But my point is that it was a very devilish thing that happened when, again, whether we agree with the tenets of Islam and the 5% Nation or X-Clan and Pan-Africanism or not, we can say it was a better messaging which included the respecting of women. You remember Queen Mother Rage and ISIS? Messaging which included read and find out about things. If I'm telling you to read and find out about things, eventually, if what I'm telling you is wrong, you'll find that out too. So it was a much better messaging, and that messaging produced a lot of folks that y'all see and listen to now. Check their age and see if they was in high school during this time. I'm telling you, this is when I was in. These are my high school years. And I graduated in 91 on time. And my cousin went to the same high school, graduated in 93. Now, I had a shoebox full of tapes, and by the time he was graduating, he had a shoebox full of tapes. His was greatly influenced by mine because I'm a big cousin, 2 years older. He was listening to a lot of stuff with me. But now, by the time he got his own identity solid, and he got his own self together on who he is and how he gonna be, I'm looking at his tape box one day, and it's vastly different from mine. It's a lot more gangster rap and not purist stuff and West Coast stuff. I remember he had Bone Thugs and like stuff that just wouldn't be in my. And again, I'm not trying to put down Bone Thugs or anybody who liked them. But again, from the standard of hip hop that I stood on, that stuff didn't make it. But for him, this is what it now was. And this is what happens with all art. I don't like Motown music. My mama do, okay? Not the Motown sound per se. I like a lot of records that was on Motown records. But that sound sounds cheesy and dated to me.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Quickly, like Motown, right? We can't say people are making Motown right now, can we? No, because it's placed in a time, right? I look at hip hop in a similar way, man. Like, I don't know. This is a perfect example. Like Motown is Motown, and of course, it probably turned into other things, other genres, and evolved, right, into R&B and all the other stuff. But like, yeah, keep going. I'm sorry. I just thought that was a good example of what I'm trying to get at with hip hop proper, But again, right. I know that's a controversial
Motown
idea.
Proper is dead. Motown proper is dead. Hip hop proper is dead. These things are dead. there are artists who still try to represent the Motown vibe or the Motown spirit, if you will. But that's few and far between. The difference is big difference with hip hop. It's a lot of folks still parading the corpse around like this is Weekend at Bernie's or something. They walking around with the corpse. You know, like it's still active. You know, LL Cool J been carrying that corpse around from podcast to podcast, all but. He got to be tired, but you know he's strong.
Yeah,
LL's strong.
He on all types of TRT though, so he juiced up, man.
LL
he can still spit though. I'll give it to him.
Every morning
he can still spit.
He got the biggest magnifying glass on his bathroom mirror, looking for gray hairs every morning.
Every morning.
He don't let now one show, not in my eyebrow. Hey, yo, B, make sure it's under my eyebrows. He don't let a gray hair show. LL is knocking on granddaddy status for real.
Yeah.
And Ice-T been there.
Yeah.
But you know, but LL is something different because he almost said like he's made in the lab. You know, to our point of like this God MC thing. To lyricists, they call Rakim the God MC. But the closest thing to like an idol MC that has ever been made is LL Cool J. This man, you know, folks want to make a case for cloning. You know, again, we're not trying to go there, but yeah, okay. You know, this guy, he's got and he's got every allegation on him: puff parties, possible fruitaciousness with Russell, possible dealings with Transformers.
Good point.
Hollywood resume. He don't go away. He's really zombified. He keeps coming back to life. He don't go away. No, but and artistically speaking, he is a top 10 MC.
Yes.
And I'll argue with anybody about it. Artistically speaking,
yes.
He's a top 10 MC. Period.
By far.
Listen to LL Nitro.
He still got it too.
Anyway,
I mean, he still got it.
And still got it.
Still got it.
He killed Passion now. We can't even front. He killing that and the Eminem song. And I like to see that as an elder statesman. Because one thing that makes this art so messed up is its lack of eldership, which every other genre has. And LL would make for good eldership for the art of the genre. But again, you know, is the Lils listening to LL? Is little SBK 159 on TikTok? Is he listening to LL?
Absolutely not.
You know what I'm saying? Is YFN, what's the name, listening to LL? You know, so,
YFN, what's his name?
You know what I mean? So, the eldership part of this thing is what's really got it messed up. You know,
can I play you a clip here just to kind of speak to
sure.
what you're talking about?
Sure.
Yeah,
come on.
If it'll let me play. All right, let me play this for you, man. This is Danny Brown. I personally like Danny Brown. I know he's a acquired taste. I don't like his early drug rap, but I like his style. But yeah, I like what he says here. If it'll play.
Making Detroit look bad.
I knew you was gonna say it. Come on, man, play for it.
Young niggas, man, because they always getting upset, and they always thinking like the older niggas is hating on them. It's not that the older niggas are hating on y'all. It's just we just gotta recognize quality.
Right.
Just because it's new doesn't mean it's better. Because if that was the case, y'all niggas would be wearing LeBrons. I see all y'all niggas wear Jordans.
For sure. You gotta point.
Why y'all wearing Jordans? If it was all about the new is the fly. And guess what? The LeBrons, they done created new technology.
Right.
You ain't gonna sprain your ankles.
They just ain't hitting like them Jordans though, man.
And guess what? The new rap don't hit like the old rap. The same way. Nobody's gonna make a better rap album out of y'all niggas than Cuban Links. Y'all gotta make better rap albums than the rap albums that existed to talk y'all shit. Y'all ain't did it. Look, my headphones falling off.
I mean, I don't know. I agree with what he said. It's funny how he mentioned Cuban Links, by the way.
That was funny and a really good point and analogy. Again, secularly speaking and materially speaking, you know, as far as that argument about why is the new better than the old, you know, I think that, again, people want to keep everything in this realm of, well, you know, music is subjective. It's all relative. But again, you can't say that, because if I pick up a saxophone right now and start playing it, ain't none of y'all gonna say it sound good. So we do have an understanding of like a limit of what's good and what's bad, just as well as if I had my sister play the saxophone. Most of y'all, if you wasn't hating, would say it sounded beautiful. So as human beings, we understand when frequencies are going together right, and when sound is jibing right, and when melody is melody. There's not a question as to what melody is. Harmony is harmony. There's not a question as to what it is. Music is mathematic. So we can say certain things definitively, but again, there's no council. There's no Tribe Called Quest rule even. You know, wasn't no council back then, but it was just an understanding. There's no understanding now. And now everybody at home doing it, as opposed to maybe being in the studio where I had an old head like Jerry Flynn, who had old heads like Mike Gracie and all them old cats from the Disc studio and all them other studios in Detroit with Parliament Funkadelic and Zap recorded at United Sound. Jerry Flynn knew all them dudes. They telling Jerry Flynn stuff. I know Jerry Flynn telling me. So it's something getting passed down. And I'm listening because I want to learn what Jerry know, because I know he know what they know. So I want more knowledge than all. I don't concern myself with those things today. But again, for the purpose of this conversation and for the purpose of bringing some understanding to people who do think about this art form often, it's in our face all the time. You can't help but think about it. The diddler is in the news every day now on CNN. No less. And, you know, you can't get away from this thing, and you can't get away from all of the negative press surrounding it, making it seem as if it is dying. You know, this is the first year that the sales went down the toilet. This is the first year of decline in hip hop sales, and the first year that it took 6 months for a hip hop song to get on the charts. And that was not like us. So it just got on there. So, you know, we're witnessing a change and a shift. A lot of people say it's a Taylor Swift shift, but it's bigger than that. You see, if they don't Epstein the diddler, they're going to use this to purge the music business and set it up for this new era where you can use things like UDO to accomplish a great deal of things that they're still paying people to do. Making commercial music will no longer be something that you're going to outsource and have to pay a human to do. Right now, you don't have to do that anymore. So you don't think the music business is trying to incorporate that into their model right now? Their industry plants are failing. You know, Ice Spice is losing the savor.
They can't get people to come watch them.
Huh?
They can't get people to come to their venues. They canceling what is it? All their tours. They're canceling tours and all types of stuff. It's crazy. It's because the internet's not translating into the real world. And I mean, it's dying.
Well,
but they got some backup plans, and I think that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, yes, that everything has moved into a more automated position. Mm-hmm. Right now, when you go on YouTube, a great, I'll talk about my algorithms. 60% to 60 or 70% of my algorithm, that's 6 or 7 out of 10 videos, is something that's not human generated. They have all sorts of apps now that will rehash and remix other people's take on Diddy, or, you know, and you guys, when y'all see them fake thumbnails that got somebody with a I can't believe it expression on their face, but like AI put it on there. When y'all see them thumbnails, click the 3 dots next to that video and put do not recommend, because that's scamming.
I do that
and
all the
spamming.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you look at the views, them videos be having 100,000 views in one day. So the death of the internet, some people talk about that. It's a quote unquote conspiracy theory that's out there.
Dark
Some people say it
theory.
died.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they say that it died around the same time that we saying that the Migos era began.
Mm-hmm.
2015, 2016.
I think there's some significance there. I think a large portion of the internet is just botted, and it's a lot of algorithmic like noise. Because man, I be trying to search for stuff even on Brave, and it's crazy. Nothing comes up of any real significance. It's like everything is controlled. I think there's such a massive portion of the internet that's blacked out. It's like empty.
The internet is entertainment, and that's the new entertainment model. That's, we say it's for information. Most people consume the content on the internet that they consume outside of content creators and researchers like us. Most people are consuming primarily entertainment. So this is the new model of entertainment. So the music business is going to follow suit. It's already like that now, except instead of the fake facial expressions looking surprised, they're using AI generated tracks or chat GPT generated lyrics or manufactured images, or it's the same thing. It's fake. Like they've been selling us fake stuff like it's real for the longest, but it's only going to get faker to where there is an actual Ice Spice. She may or may not really be from the Bronx. That may all be a fake backstory. But the next level is they're going to make up a girl, Strawberry Shortcake, and she's going to not even be a real girl. She's going to be completely AI. They'll have pictures of her because Midjourney is what y'all looking at when y'all see the fake, never before caught on camera, Bigfoot. My YouTube algorithm is full of these fake videos, okay? And they're using these AI tools to make what's real appear to be fake, much like we've been talking about they was going to do for a long time. Some of us is not even aware of what the tools can and cannot do. That's why I make it my business to know what they're able to do. This is why I know the music business is done. UDO makes there no need for me to pay a man to make me music for my commercial. Never, ever again. Like that's a dead thing. I know right now people are losing money who rely on that as a job, without a doubt. And just like everything starts off with it being one app or, one big dog is doing it. At first it was Google, everybody Googling. Now you can Google if you want to, or you can Bing if you want to, or you can Jeeves if you want to, okay? So it's going to be the same thing with all the rest of this technology.
You're right. And the reason I'm sure of it is because there's clear evidence already, and we could see this in the like underground Gen Z kind of rap subgenres. First off, there is a very fickle mainstream. So what we're noticing is with a lot of the Gen Z artists like, Sexy Red and Ice Spice and all of these, like, aside from maybe a handful, like Rod Wave, I believe, is like a legitimate artist that continues to garner a very large following. He's a standout. And I'm not saying I like his music, but there are artists who are surviving through this. And I think the only way they're doing that is based on some particular type of unique aesthetic or sound or personality or characteristic that they have that's human, right? That's allowing them to maintain in this era. But it's very few of them. NBA YoungBoy had it, he's locked up. Young Thug had it, he's locked up. There's not many. Now I've heard this, some people consider these people plants, and I wouldn't be surprised for a second. But what I am discovering is that plants aren't even working as much anymore. Even plants, people aren't sticking
That's
to
what
them.
I'm saying.
There was a whole
With the
line.
Ice Spice.
Yes, there was a whole line of plants released between 2015 and 2018, and all of them are nowhere to be found at this point. No one knows who they are anymore. Not to mention, when you look in the underground scenes in the Gen Z rap culture, I mean, people come and go by the month, or by every 6 months to a year. They come in, they disappear. It's like the turnover rate is insane. It's impossible to keep anyone's attention for any long period of time. There's always a new hot artist that then disappears or falls off. It's a mixture of the audience not being able to actually hold attention long enough and be connected to an artist long enough, be actually like involved in the art long enough to really have any true appreciation. It's a mixture of that on the part of the audience, but it's also a mixture of the artists not being able to really be artists, and either they're high on some kind of drug that's holding them back, or they just don't have the discipline. They don't have the discipline, they don't have the work ethic, and they don't have the real authentic passion to actually create art. It's like
nor do they have the freedom most of the time.
What's that?
Nor do they have the freedom. They're not allowed to do certain things or make certain artistic expressions because it won't sell, or it's not against, or it goes against their image or whatever.
Yeah, I'd say that for authentic people that are actual artists. But my point is, what we're having now is this influx of non-artists who are just trying to come up in the game by copying and parroting what's in, by appealing to the algorithm, and we saw this over the past 10 years with the Lils and the face tats, and we saw guys come and go with that stuff. I mean, there was guys in 2015, 2000, like Little Sky, like all these guys that were like covered themselves in tats, and no one even cares about them anymore. So it's like these guys have ruined their life for a couple years of fame, and this duration of fame is shrinking by the year. There's a handful of underground artists that are really still kind of maintaining some popularity, but they'll be gone and forgotten in a year or so. And it's amazing to me to see that real artists can no longer even hold the attention of an audience, and there's this high turnover, and the duration of interest is shrinking more and more. So I'm figuring this out. It's shrinking so much that it's all going to be replaced by automation. And the reason I say that, and I agree with your point, because this is pretty much your thesis, and I 100% agree, because the artist is dead. The concept, in a real sense, and I'm not saying artists don't exist, but when you look at rap music, and I know there's an underground, but when you look at the Gen Z underground, it's different, man. It's different. Whether it's like this crash out music of Atlanta, or this new type of like plug stuff. I mean, there's all of these new sounds that everyone's copying each other. A lot of this stuff is automated, and there's like the what's his name, the laser guy. He's real popular right now, but this sound is insane, and it's very gimmicky. And I understand they're young and this is like a new thing, but it has no lasting value. It has no ability to really last any time, and it's like they're not really engaging with the artist or the art. It's this weird virality thing. It's all about who's popular, and that wears off pretty quickly, right? And so I'm realizing soon people are going to have their own custom AI assistants and these types of generative systems, generative AI, where it will be able to on the spot custom create music based on a certain sound you like, a certain genre you like, and it's going to
it does that right now.
Oh, I know it exists, but I mean it will become popular to the degree that people aren't even looking for real rappers anymore, because they have that and they're just getting these great sounds. And I'm not saying they're great, but to this younger generation, they don't know what great is. They don't know what real good authentic art is, because everything is so derivative. Everything is so like if we think of rap music from, say, the Migo era, 2013, 14, 15, and forward till now, the majority of the music has been so derivative, and it's none of it's authentic. So if all you've ever listened to was a derivative music, you have no real understanding of what authentic music is. And I'm not saying Gen Z can't make authentic music, but I'm speaking to what's generally most popular in the generation.
Right.
So it will be very easy for them to transition into a type of curated music that's completely disconnected and automated, disconnected and detached from any real human influence. It's kind of creepy, actually, when you think about it.
Hence the need for the discipline of jazz. Hence the need for like the eldership and the mentorship. Hence the need for parameters of what is considered a classic. There's no, like, when you study jazz, you know the classics. There's certain things you're supposed to know, certain people you're supposed to know, certain techniques that you understand. This technique came about at this time. There's none of that in this. It's just everybody just jump in and just do it. And that's what's making a wild, wild west out of the whole thing. I also think it's interesting that in New York, there's a statue, golden statue, Rockefeller Plaza. It is a statue of Prometheus, who we know is analogous to the idea of Lucifer and the fallen angels, taking knowledge from the heavens and giving it to mankind. In the Promethean myth, this is symbolized by Prometheus going up to Mount Olympus, stealing the fire of the gods, taking it back down and giving it to man, and thus the birth of civilization comes. Well, over the top of this statue of Lucifer, this golden statue of Lucifer in Rockefeller Plaza in New York, there is a saying. It reads, for those that have never looked, there's an inscription that accompanies the sculpture. It reads, Prometheus, or Lucifer, teacher in every art, brought the fire that hath proved to mortals a means to mighty ends. And he's turned art into a means to an ends. Instead of a form of self-expression or a form of cultural expression or a form of community expression.
Perfect.
A way to cry out against tyranny or a way to cry out against social injustices. It has become a means to mighty ends. P. Diddy made a lot of money going, take that. And now it's like we're waking up to a reality that was always there. And after this 50-year celebration, I think a lot of folks who heard all of the eulogies and folks waxing poetically about how great this art form was, and it made a handful of millionaires and 2 billionaires, a lot of folks are just doing the retrospection and looking back, doing the knowledge, looking back at this thing and saying, okay, what was it really good for? What did it really give us in the long run? What was the trade-off? What did we trade in exchange for what it gave? And what is it giving us now? It's completely weaponized now, to where the saving graces are much more shallow than before. The saving graces during the golden era, if I may be biased, were much more valuable graces. The value of intelligence and of studying and of history, again, although these are things of the flesh, because the brain is still part of the flesh. It was a part of the flesh that had been neglected by people who were considered to be miseducated and unread and uninformed and unable to communicate and not able to grasp the language and, poor speaking. And, so we got a couple of trinkets, it was a crappy deal. I guess it came with a few toys, just like a Happy Meal. Because in the end, we're looking at a multi-billion-dollar cultural resource that we're unable to use for the things that we need the most in our communities, the same communities that birthed this thing. How do those communities look today? This multi-billion-dollar cultural community resource that comes from there. Look at this. Anywhere else, if when the Lions start winning, Detroit downtown started looking better. What are we talking about? This thing made billions of dollars. How much better do the Bronx look today? The South Bronx. You know, not talking about Sobro, but what has happened to these areas where this cultural expression was born? You know, the areas that mirror those conditions, they're as bad or worse. And now you've got some suburban areas that's dealing with the blowback of this zombie that was once a living, thriving being who was trying to find his way. Who knows where he would have went? You know, Why Is That by KRS-One was an example to me, and will forever be an example, that you can teach scripture through this thing. Here, let me do some explaining. Abraham was the father of Isaac. Isaac was the father of Jacob. Jacob had 12 sons for real, and these were the children of Israel. According to Genesis chapter 10, Egyptians descended from Ham. You know, he goes all off into it. So again, and this is I'm listening to this when I'm getting ready to go to school. So had this thing continued to thrive, you know, today we have remnants of what a God-fearing MC could be, with maybe Lecrae and D1, and maybe even going way back to Mood, Doom, and some of the Israelite rappers. But what could have happened if it had got left alone? You know, that's what the devil saw as dangerous. And that's why it was a significant enough development in culture to be co-opted, to be controlled, to be demonized, then reformed and weaponized into, you know, what we see today.
Yes. Well said. Well said. We got to wrap up here. It's a bit late for me, and I know, man, I have so much more I want to say, and I know you do too. We'll be here all night, and I feel like I've kept you a little too long already, but I do want to say a couple more things here and see what you think. I really want to, before we kind of start narrowing it down, I really want to make this point of yours very clear. Aside from the obvious esoteric and spiritual Luciferian aspects that you've just covered there, and aside from the technical aspect of things, technology, economics, corporatism, exploitation of cultures and peoples, and intellectual property, right? Let's look at this idea you have of the eldership, and how what we're dealing with now regarding this new era, this new age. We're still in the Migo age. On our era list here, we have Migo era from 2015 to the present. So we're still in the Migo era. Now, of course, that's the mainstream. There is also an underground Gen Z movement of really just totally different types of rap music that would probably be unlistenable to the average person, because they're really digging into a lot of glitch and distortion, and it's like the theme is to make music that sounds as horrible as possible production wise. So it's like it's so inverse. It's like, wait, it almost sounds like you made an entire album on a laptop and you use the laptop mic as the mic, and you just distort all the sounds. It's really wild and crazy. And I get it. It's evolution, whatever. The point is, the issue is there's no eldership for the actual music genre. And I guess that's because it doesn't exist anymore, right? There's all of these subgenres. There's the underground, there's the mainstream, which is like the Migo kind of music. And then there's the underground, which not necessarily the backpack underground, but this new age rap that's not even cloud rap anymore. I mean, cloud rap is done. The whole, you know, Raider Clan, XXX, Tentacion, all of that stuff, that's done. There's this whole new era of these like young Gen Zers that are just making music that is, it's pretty disturbing, honestly. But that's because hip hop no longer exists in any objective sense, and now what we have are just different representations of corporate rap and these it's just these strange micro communities of underground rap music, right? Now, this idea you have of there's no eldership, there's no guidance, there's no wisdom, and I have this idea of there's this disdain for prior eras that you wouldn't find in, say, like jazz. There's just this constant respect for those who laid the foundation, right? But in this new rap, especially with the younger generation, there's always this old heads perspective. Old rap is garbage. You know, all of that boom bap crap is garbage. And I understand the rebellious youth reactionary aspect of that, but I think it speaks to your point, and there is no eldership, there is no actual familial bond that was broken a long time ago. But there's also this disdain for prior eras and prior ages of hip hop. It's like almost a type of hatred, a total disrespect, and a disregard. Like they're not even interested in where what they're doing came from. And for me, that's hard for me to accept. It's amazing to me to see the disdain, right? So there's this hatred almost, and then there is a generational respect. There's no respect. Now some will say, oh well, you guys are always talking about the young music, but it's more of a corrective. We're trying to maintain some semblance of order here and maintain some semblance of the art. There could be evolution, but there still has to be respect. There still has to be this kind of retrospection you were speaking of. So there's this lack of generational respect and value in continuity of the music, right? The continuity, at least we could consider the continuity, say it's changed, but let's consider the process. And through that understanding and consideration, have some respect. But we don't have that here. And I think it just speaks to the younger generation just being wild, way more wild than we were, right? It's just this whole new world of just crisis and chaos culturally. And then there's the arrested development, this like eternal boyhood that you find. And though they're young, today the maturity level is different. It's like 18-year-olds acting like 13-year-olds, 25-year-olds acting like 16-year-olds. You know, it's just different. And there's just this hypersexuality due to pornography addiction, which is really hurting the generation. But then just this kind of amorality where being moral isn't a thing, you know. So it makes me understand why they don't respect or don't consider the past. There's no justification for such a thing. Everything is about me, trying to come up, trying to go viral, you know, this and that. And then there's just this idea of no retrospection. I really want to get that out there because I think that's a big problem. And I would say this as well. It's almost as like they don't even consider what they're doing hip hop. And I don't think it is. Of course, it's not hip hop, but they don't even consider themselves part of a lineage, right? A type of art forms continuity. It's just, they're just making things to go viral now. And it's turned into.
Some of them will say, I'm not a rapper.
Yeah.
Or like they'll try to word it in some sort of way as to disconnect themselves from the tradition.
Exactly. And that's basically what I'm trying to say. They're just totally trying to remove themselves from this whole history. And I mean, it is what it is, but I think people should at least consider that what we're seeing has nothing to do with actual hip hop music. And I can accept the fact that it's turned into different things, but it's just a conversation that needs to be had. And there's such a generational divide too. There could never be any middle ground. I can see that. And I really think it's a lot of the technology that just distanced all of us from each other, you know. And I think this speaks to what you were saying before about breaking up the family, corporations, and this capture of the culture breaking up the family. But now the technology has helped it even more to the point where everyone is just isolated and atomized and couldn't care less about where things come from, how things got to the point they got there. It's unfortunate. But jazz has a counterpart, right, to this, has classy, sophisticated, and respect, growth and development and value over time, this continuity and retrospection, right, and that helps the art police itself. There's no real thing in quote unquote hip hop. In my argument, my view is there doesn't exist a hip hop in that sense. There's only this underground retrospective movement that's looking back to the hip hop that happened at one time. Everything else are just different examples of like subgenre rap music. There's a difference here. So for my hip hop heads that might be listening to this, I'm not saying that there aren't elements of hip hop proper that still exist and are still practiced, but it's just extremely underground, and it's only a retrospective looking back. We can't relive what happened already, just like we can't be making Motown music right now. We can make music that sounds like it. There's a lot of retro style artists that make music that really sounds like it came out 20 or 30 years ago, but that doesn't mean we're actually living it in its objective sense.
I have a question. It seems like that part of the plan to control this thing was to keep it a young man's game, because again, you don't find that in any, like, that's specific to hip hop music. That's not in country. That's not in rock. I mean, Willie Nelson can still drop in country. Dolly Parton still respected. Rock and roll, the Stones still out there creeping around the stage.
Very good point.
Funk, George Clinton and Parliament Funkadelic can show up somewhere, anywhere, and still turn it out. Earth, Wind, and Fire still touring. Frankie Beverly and Maze would still be touring if R.I.P. Frankie Beverly hadn't just passed. So you have these other examples, and hip hop, I think, is trying. LL may be our first chance to be able to do that for whatever it's worth, and I do think that it's worth something. Again, vanity of vanities, all is vain. So at the end of the day, this is all just part of a world that's going to pass away, but we have to live with it today. It shapes the way our young people think. It shapes our nieces, our nephews, our son-in-laws, our students. It shapes the people that we love, the folks in our community, the people we're going to be on public transit with, the people we're going to be at the grocery store with. So, having an understanding of this, and again, this form of music not only has the exclusive tag of being a young man's game, but also of like giving you more information per bar than any other genre of music, just by the nature of how the lyrics are formed and how quickly they go by. All this information. So now, with all that being said, do you see or what do you think about the elders participating in the art today? It seems like I'm seeing a lot of videos from folks that we thought was old and washed up. A lot of people are coming back, dropping stuff quick, just drop some stuff. What do you think about that as far as its ability to have any effect on anything that we said tonight?
I mean, I have mixed feelings about it. Some of it I actually think is pretty cool and actually pretty good. But there's a point you made just a second ago that I think is important. This idea of like they try to keep this thing a young boy's or young man's kind of art, and I think that's true because it makes it more scalable due to just the aspect of youth culture and turning it into a commodity. But also I think it has a lot to do with the content too, right? Like if you see guys that were rapping about things that might have been, say, more immature or more for a younger crowd, younger minds, at least that would come from, say, younger people, and then you're older and you're like still kind of repeating the same kind of stuff, I don't know. I don't think that's very helpful. But I say that because I can't remember who it was. I can't remember which artist they were. It was an East Coast artist, but they were like, talking about shooting people and stuff. And I'm like, dude, you're like 60. Like, what are you talking about, man? It's like that.
Yeah, I feel you.
That I don't agree with. We got to step it up. If we are, you could continue to do the art. I mean, it's, to me,
be an elder.
Be an elder, and it's poetry, man. Like, it's poetry. I look at it like poetry to rhythm and music. It's a message. It's playing with words and being creative. And just like you would write poetry or you would write some type of creative type of story or something, it's really an exhibition of language art. Now, sure, it's turned into all types of weird stuff, but I think as long as you're using it in that sense, to express yourself and be creative, I mean, that's timeless. I don't think that's rooted in any type of age, but there are individuals that do present a toxic message still, and that I have a problem with, especially being a man of the faith. But I have some mixed feelings. I do wish more elders would get on the mic and start to make some good music with meaning and try to change some of the direction of things. Now, I believe that they probably know it's not going to do very well given the state of things and the state of culture, so that they probably feel like, it might be a waste of their time. But I think that speaks to a big point we've had here, is that, well, it's turned into a business. It's turned into a way to earn money or to earn fame or to get props. And I know getting props has always been a part of it, but there is this, aspect of it that's moral, that's social, that's political, that's wants you to do the right thing for the people. At least that's how it started. So I guess that's my view on it. I'm a bit, ambivalent, I guess, but I do like seeing some of the old guys we used to listen to dropping tracks. I think it's pretty cool, man. I'm more into, especially now, I'm more accepting of the creative, more lyrical type of stuff, opposed to a lot of the more toxic messages that, certain genres promote. Anything about killing people, I think, is just crazy at this point. That's the last thing we need to hear. Killing people, selling drugs, abusing women, this type of stuff, I think, is very toxic and pathological, and we need to remove all of that type of language and ideas completely. And I wish we could get back to more creative, more knowledge rap, more intelligent ways of approaching ideas and wordplay. I wish we could kind of get back to more lyricism and stuff like that. I'm all about that. Like that, yeah, let's take a paintbrush and paint beautiful pictures, man. Let's not like put these horrible ideas in young people's minds. It's just, at this point in time, it's the last thing we need. So I guess that's my view on it. As long as it's, not some type of toxic message, I think it's a great thing, because it's an art form and it should be used as such. It shouldn't be some type of mind control thing, and that's what it's turned into. And unfortunately, people have built their careers on this mind control, so it's become their identity, and then they don't know how to come out any different way, because you know what I mean, they'll be, I don't know, they feel like maybe they'll lose respect or something like that. I don't know. I'm a bit ambivalent about it, but there's been some good stuff come out. That the one track with LL and Eminem, I can't stand Eminem. I'm sorry, I cannot stand that dude. But I did like how they were spitting pretty hard on that track. The talent's still definitely there.
Yeah, from an artistic standpoint, I thought that was hard. And I, it's kind of like what people say with Adam and Eve today. For a long time in this misogynistic, patriarchal society, folks was always saying, well, Eve messed up, especially in the immature church. But then folks began to get better understanding and better discernment, and the Holy Spirit revealed, well, If Adam is the head, then it's because he was not on his job, on his watch. And I think that if we're going to complain about the littles and the PSKs and the YGOs and the NBAs and all of them, and the little Miss Sassies and all of them, we're going to have to say something about the eldership not even trying to be there. It's one thing to say that the young people not listening to you, but it's another thing to stop talking. And I think that the elders should not stop talking. And I keep waiting for and listening for somebody like Rakim or one of these guys, you know, no matter what their perspective is, religiously, I keep waiting for them to come out and give a message, something that is not just us showing, you know, the first thing I think they still trying to do is show they still got it. And when you put your pride in front, then you put your heart to the side.
Yes.
And, you know, so I think that we have to have some elders who are really sincere about presenting a better message through this medium that's going to be here. It's not going nowhere. And presenting a message of soul salvation, if you know you're a believer like I am, but also, in, you know, if you fresh, just be fresh. If you're not fresh, just sit this out. Your time is past. But if you still understand, I like how you worded it. There's a way you worded it. We said it was like a verbal art display. You know, if you still understand that rhythmically, then you could still be nice. But like, you know, if you're still like wondering if you still got it, you probably don't. But don't drop out of it. Still be involved. If this was your thing, you know, young people need the eldership, if for nothing else than to say, well, yeah, you know, I heard that new blah, 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 whatever. You know, what do you think about when he said this? To be able to relate to them about it, we have to know about it. And you really know about something the best when you're a part of it. So, you know, it's why I've not, just like I haven't separated myself from music on earth, period. You know, it's one of the genres of music. And I don't think that it is any more prone to being demonized or used or weaponized than any of the other forms of music. They are all prone to be weaponized. But it's about what do you do with it? You know, kind of like what Redman, and one of them was saying, I think that was Redman, when he said, you know, instead of complaining about it, you know, on the sidelines, give an example of what you're talking about.
Yes. And I was pulling from that too. Yeah, I do appreciate that view. Let's do something. If you guys are going to complain, especially the rap artists, the older heads that are complaining, let's put out some good music, right? And there's just not enough of it. I wish there was more of it, because it's an art form in my view. It's just like you had such a good point about other genres. You see guys doing shows and performing and creating new music up into their 70s. I mean, this is how music and art works. I mean, do you stop painting when you turn 50? No, you keep going till you can't hold a brush anymore. I mean, and for me, it's like, I wish this was the case with this music, but your point is true. It's been promoted and presented industrially as this type of youthful thing, not to mention most of the popular messaging and concepts and personalities or celebrities have really expressed this young boy kind of attitude and presentation. So I do understand that. I just wish there was, and there does exist. Let's, you know, there are many artists out there, especially in the more underground, that are presenting themselves in a mature way, doing very good music. So I'm more so speaking to just the general mainstream kind of representation. I wish there could be more of this, and I'd love to see more Christian sentiment in the music. I'd love to see a push towards more like a moral ground, like, you know, like an anti-drug use, an anti-violence kind of just foundation. You know, like, we don't go there, like we don't speak about these things. Mo Fax did a really good show years ago on this, when you know, his I don't know if you heard it, but his it was like on trap music, and like the origins and history of trap music, and he had this clip of I believe it might have been maybe a pastor, but he was talking about how rap music is the only music where it's not only enabled but even marketed where people are openly talking about killing each other. And he's like, this is the only music that exists where people literally sell music about killing each other, their own people. He's like, you don't see any other people group that are allowed even or do this type of thing. And that clip blew me away. It's not like it's not like it is. It's not like I'm kind of thought of that, but hearing, I believe he was a so-called white or Caucasian man, and it was just like, it's like, damn, that's facts, man.
But see, that's one reason to keep it young.
Exactly.
Because you can't pull that on somebody older. You know, one of the big reasons to keep it young has to do with selling it to young people. It's easier to sell it. I'm talking about to sell it as far as in the form of products, goods and services, as well as to sell it as in ideologies. It's easier to sell both to younger people. They ask less questions and they're more prone to go along with something that's trendy.
And that's become trendy, like rapping about murdering each other and abusing drugs and abusing women, sexualizing women. Now I do understand these tropes have always existed. We can go all the way back even into the 80s. Elements of this existed, but it was far more subtle and just not as, oh my gosh, if you and you've studied it, you read some of these lyrics, man, these sexy reds, this stuff they're talking about, it's crazy. It reminds me of that Boondocks episode when he was listening to the music. It just kept repeating like these very pathological phrases, and that's all the music was. It was just repeating this phrase over and over again. And it's like, that's what the music's like now.
Oh my God, it's literally like that now.
It's literally like that episode. And to me, that's frightening when I think of young people listening to this stuff on a daily basis. That has to, I can say it has to change, but to what end, right? What are we going to do about it? I'm not saying we should make laws against it, but at the same time, I think culture can shift things. And if, maybe some of the elders started making more music and creating more of a movement in that way, maybe some change could happen. And then there's a part of me that's just totally given up on the idea and has just accepted that this has been done and it's only going to get worse. Sure, there will be underground movements and even Christian artists making great music. There will always be great music. There will always be expressions of hip hop music. But generally speaking, it's a rap. And I do fear for the youth. I really do, especially when I look at what they're putting out now. It's mindless isn't even good enough of a term. It's inhuman almost. It's not even human anymore. And I don't just mean technologically. I mean like there's no humanity in these young guys today, man. I don't even know what is going on. I don't even know what to call it. But I could see it easily being replaced by automation because there's not much there to begin with. Everything's repetition, repeating the same stuff over and over again, talking about the same 3 or 4 subjects.
That was my fear in them dumbing it down. Once it got to that super hyper intelligent level, Wise Intelligent and PRT and all of them with the super intelligent lyrics, Organized Confusion,
yes,
and Pharoah Monch. Once it got to that level and they dumbed it down, my fear was that when you dumb something down, not only can you train a monkey to do it, or a flunky to do it, or a plant to do it, but eventually a machine. They would be able to have machine. I remember saying this on one of your shows a long time ago. Mm-hmm. And now we have the machines to do it because it's so easy to do. If you put a real complex lyrical pattern in UDO, it's going to mess it up half the times. But if you write a song or ask it to write a song in a particular genre or style, like a drill or something like that, or New York drill, it'll do it. It's simple, simplistic lyrics. The lyrics are sparse and spread out, you know, and it's easy to mimic. When you take out the intricacy of an art form, the intricacy is gone. Nothing is intricate anymore except for the hi-hat. The hi-hats are still intricate. You know, they're going crazy with the hi-hat. Hey, let's hear something intricate with the bass line. Let's hear something intricate with the lyricism.
Prompting, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, it was a sad thing that Andre 3000 said, you know, at this point, I'm not even expecting, you know, yes, saints that are nice lyrically may want to and are into the arts may be good at the art, which is, you know, why I champion folks who want to do that. That's why I made the song Calculator. But at this point, I'll take even anti-Illuminati, like Immortal Technique. At this point, I'll even take that. Okay, it's so much pro-Illuminati rap. At this point, like, where is they say that when you saturate the market with one thing too much, people will naturally have a desire for the opposite. So there's a desire for some anti-Illuminati rap, for some rap that's not pushing that, not new age, not pushing new age, but just anti-Illuminati against these things. And for all of my criticisms of Kendrick, who I do believe has been, I believe he's been deceived and pulled into a new age Hebrew Israelite type of deal. Some kind of Kabbalistic type of deal, black Kabbalistic deal. But the song Watch the Party Die is representative of like an anti-Illuminati type of song. And again, for example, there's much better examples. Like I said, Immortal Technique been doing that for years, you know, but at least let's see that, like a pushback on that, you know, if you know, I'm not expecting bubblegum and flowers, but or let's see an evolution of what y'all believe Jay-Z was trying to do in 444. Let's see an evolution of that. Okay, let's go beyond. Okay, yes, this is the elder talking now. I'm talking as an elder. I'm correcting some of the things I said before. Now let's take it a step further, you know. And I think that that's something that people won't know that they've missed until they get it. It's one of those type of things. This personification of hip hop that we've been talking about as a person, this boy has grown up, or this Arrested Development 50-year-old man grew up without a father, grew up without mentorship, and he's responding in the way that you would expect him to, you know, or he responded in the way that you should have expected him, that we all should have expected him to, you know, and now he's then got sick and died. Mm-hmm. And it's a sad thing, but you know, we still are going to do more exploration.
Yeah, this is just part one.
Who killed it?
Yeah, this is just part one, man. We just cracking it open the can. Honestly, we haven't even really touched on the majority of some of our points we want to get at. We're just opening it up, and I think this was kind of just kind of laying some basic foundations before we start getting more detailed with certain eras. Like, we didn't really cover a whole era just yet. We just kind of summarized aspects of all the eras that we have on the list. So this is really just an opening. We wanted to just get on here and start freestyling and get it going, because there's so much that we want to dig into. We haven't even began to work towards Crowley, which is going to be interesting. And we really didn't get to dig into the Chronic era and that whole 92 to Puffy, right, which is really going to describe how everything went left, literally. That I'm really looking forward to that. And really, when we think of the present moment, it's like the cat's out the bag, you know. Hip hop in its proper sense, in this kind of communal, familial ensemble, that's been gone for a very long time in any true objective sense. It's a part of history now that we could always appreciate and look back on and even recreate, in a modern sense, right? Or say it in a contemporary way. We could still recreate the sounds and still respect the sounds, right? Whether that be classic forms of sampling, you know, beat arrangements, lyrical style, and aesthetics. We could always do that, but I think we just have to be honest about what happened to him, you know. And now we have all of these, I don't know what to call them. did he have, you know, a bunch of bastard kids? I don't know if we want to go there with it, but the cat's out the bag, and there's all of these rugrats running around, and
yeah, that's right.
And we don't know who they are. You know, we can't maintain, we can't control these whippersnappers running around, running amok, causing chaos all over the earth, and it's out the bag. There's nothing we could do, and it's they've been giving up to the technologies. These damn kids, these baby kids, they got their own AI, they got their own computers, they got their social media, and they just popping out tracks in seconds now. You see the speedrunner editors, the speedrunner producers making beats in 45 seconds. I mean, this stuff is insane. I love what you said earlier. The art has become a means to an end, and that's it now. It's just, that's all it is. It's a means to an end. There's no more life in it. It's all an automated, mechanistic process of pleasure and egoism and narcissism and this type of, I'd even call it a type of demonic spirit, even, right? Because these people, they're just moving on this thing. And that's what it's turned into, at least in the grand scale of it all. Right. So it's sad to see, and especially when we've been trying to look back and paint the picture and kind of relive the history and see how it's developed into this. There's many political and cultural aspects to it, economic aspects to it. But then when we look at the technology, man, it's the accelerant, right? The technology has accelerated all of these ills, you know, the illness, if you will, from, you know, the killing of the DJ with sampling, right? Into the syncopated kind of sounds and patterns of the machines that brought us the, you know, formulaic productions of, say, the Travis Scott, you know, all you know, the Kanye Wests, and, you know, all building off of what Puffy did, you know, putting the fork in everything, Puffy, that whole era. And it's interesting to see now we're dealing with social media as this new platform of viewership, of fame, of virality, mixed with these new types of editing programs and loop packs, and, you know, kids just having no real connection to the culture at all, and just maybe familiar with Chief Keef and everything that's come post 2010. But they have these machines and they have these loops. They don't even sample stuff anymore. I mean, at least most of them. And they just make up crap in seconds, and they just spit garbage over the beats, and there's no effort anymore. It's almost like the whole style is to be as effortless as possible. It's so backwards, but that's where we're at, man. It's really unfortunate to see. And it's not like I have any hatred towards this generation. It's just I honestly feel bad for them, because they can't help what they're doing. They came into the world with this stuff around them, and they had no leadership. They had no guidance. If anything, it's our fault, as, you know, the eldership.
It is. I saw. I think King Sir the Boss said, "We created it, so we got to police it. You know, we the ones got to clean it up. You know, my age. You know, we the ones who claim that, you know, we created it, and it was the golden era when I was in high school and all that. So, like, I can't just turn my back on the thing. Like, you know, so many things that you have to turn your back on, you know, because, again, I see it, or I understand, you know, that it's beyond the music. It has become a cultural expression, and it's still the way that young men in impoverished communities express themselves and try to prove themselves to be somebody or something, and try to prove that they are smarter than people think that they are, and all of those same things that it was when I was a youngster. And so I relate to that, and I understand that part of it. And again, all of the genres on planet Earth are subject to satanic control, and everything that's a part of the satanic music business is tainted, and every genre is tainted. However, just like the life of a thing is in the blood, the life in the music comes from the person. So we're still talking about people, and people who are sometimes struggling and trying to find a way, and people who are not always driven by the devil to make music. And we have to be careful about that, and we have to understand that things are a lot more nuanced when we're talking about art and people trying to express themselves. You know, if I had it came out when I wanted to come out, y'all have been making videos about me. I might have been in court with Diddy today. Okay, so but so, you know, everything happens the way that it's supposed to happen. But, you know, again, in the world, but not of the world. And while I'm in the world, you know, I know the different places and spaces where I can be effective. And so I'm going to keep dealing with music as it's in my blood. It's all through my family, and it's a part of me. And I just feel that it's, you know, one of the fields that I'm supposed to fight on. And so I'm going to fight on that field. And my criticisms of the genre don't come from a place of hate. It comes from a place of disappointment in love, disappointment in a loved one, you know, wishing that they had made better choices, wishing that they had went right instead of left.
Absolutely. I feel the same. It's always been a cultural aspect of at least a lifestyle, you know, that I personally never gave up as well. I mean, to this day, I still got my little piece of linoleum I hit, you know, to maintain my strength and my agility and my moves, you know. So I'll never give up dancing. I got my little notebook over here with my lyrics that I dip into every couple days, write me a verse. I mean, I'll never give up. I'll never give it up. It's a part of me, you know. It's not, and it's beyond like any, you know, goal. It's just something you do, you know, just like you like to ride your bike or you like to garden, you know. It's just an aspect of your being. And I'll always appreciate it, and it will always maintain meaning and purpose for me, if anything, just to flex aspects of musculature in me, whether that be physical or cognitive. So yeah, man, I'm totally with you on that. So even as the party dies, or as it's been dead, you know, we're still getting it in. Still shaking a leg, cutting a rug, and spitting a verse or two,
and writing hard bars. Still to this day, I can't stop.
Still, yeah, for real though, seriously, indeed. Yeah.
Oh
man.
boy.
So I'm loving this, man. I'm so glad we had that talk. That was a couple weeks ago. Yeah, that was crazy because it really opened up this whole thing, and I can't wait to continue this. So let's get together sooner than later and do part 2, where we could really start digging into, especially this chronic era, into the puffy era, and start fleshing out that change and work towards Crowley and Horus. And we still got to cover a lot of those other parts. I think even let me stop because there's too many things we haven't covered yet. But anyhow, let's prepare for that. I'm looking forward to it, man, because we're really just touching the surface here, man. But it's been great having you, bro. I'm so thankful to have you in my life, and you know, able to really talk about these types of things with someone that has lived it like myself, but also has a far more wisdom than myself. So I appreciate you, man. Any last words for us before we get ourselves out of here?
Well, yeah, I want to invite everybody to come on by my spot. I guess we'll go live tonight as opposed to Sunday night, which was what I had planned. But we'll go live tonight, and I want to thank you. I want to thank you for including me in on things, and you know, for all of the work that you put into, man, for getting this show ready. You know, this was just a conversation that we were having, and it evolved and blossomed into what I think is going to be an impactful series here in these YouTube streets. And it's always a pleasure, man. It's always a pleasure when we get together, man. I consider you my brother, not just my friend, my family in this struggle, and my family in Christ. And I love you, man, and I appreciate you. And I love all of y'all that's listening, and I hope that you all can make it to my live. Y'all give me about, what time is it now? It's 12:09. I'll go live it's 12:09 my time. I'll go live by 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. So in less than 30 minutes, I'll be live. In less than 30 minutes, I'll be live also. But yeah, we're going to continue this. This is just episode 1. We're far from done. Days has an excellent chart. We're going to go down through the MCs. We're going to look at the impact of different MCs and the eras of different MCs and how it impacted not just the genre itself, but the culture and the world, in fact. And so I think everybody's going to enjoy that segment.
Absolutely. That's awesome, man. Yeah, please, guys, get over there and check Brother Theo out. Gonna do one of these late nighters. They're always amazing. And we will be back with part 2. And I appreciate you all, man. I thank you guys. I don't have the chat open right now. Let me say peace to everybody, man. Let me open this chat. Peace and blessings to you all the mods, everybody listening, man. Appreciate and love you guys. Thank you for joining. And we will be back ASAP. I want to end the show as always by saying all praises to the Most High God in Jesus' name. Amen.
In Jesus' name, amen.
And shalom.